I'm gonna change Reese Whitaker's presiding court will not come forward. Good morning, Your Honor.
Do we have the rest of the attorneys in the conference room? Or do we know? Ah, okay, there's one for everybody, that works. All right, Ms. Love, what do we know about witnesses for today?
So, Judge,
We have Mr. Sprinkle. We will be presenting an order or a motion for an order, a proposed order for the court to hear from the staff at Grady about Mr. Zachary. We don't know how the court will handle that, but we'll move.
Okay.
Because we don't yet have his stat, we have word from the sheriff's office about his status. But the captain was speaking to a charge nurse and looking at what was available, it was not evident to the person I was speaking with what was keeping him. So I will be attempting to have his treating physician, perhaps, if we can get that done, address the matter and whether or not he's able to safely either come testify or be released. The reason I say that is that when he first was taken into custody, he was taken down to Grady and released. And when he was set, it was in 2 days' time, and then he was set to come here, obviously, but then he was taken back right before, and they kept him because of that. So given the set of circumstances that we have, we'll be asking the court to seek from Grady itself, if they will apprise the court his status and his availability, his tentative release date. And I won't speak more on it. I'll just present a motion to the court regarding that, and the court can decide what the court wants to do.
All right, I'm not quite following why we need a court order for that if his attorney who is representing him is okay with the doctor in the hospital providing information, which so far they have been.
True, and so it would be a matter of, I guess, a Zoom call or something, but I want the treating physician to directly relate to the court what his current status is in terms of releasability and ability and an impact on coming to testify.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Shive. Do you have anything to add to this?
I spoke to him twice yesterday. Last time was 5:15 yesterday. He told me he's got 2 medical scenarios. One's got real low blood pressure.
Hang on. Can y'all all hear him, or come on up to the mic if you don't mind? And when you're saying you spoke with him, do you mean Mr. Zachary or Mr. Zachary's doctor?
I spoke to Mr. Zachary about 5:15.
Okay.
And he says they had planned on releasing him, but he said they checked his blood pressure and it's low. They have to get it up. The
Okay.
second thing is he has a problem with certain blood count. I don't even know what that is. I mean, and he started explaining it, but as a layman, I wouldn't know. But he said those are the 2 things that are holding him right now. And then once he's released, but I don't know when that's going to be.
So because I'll just stand on what I just said, and before I do anything with his doctor, if the doctor comes to or is able to reach out to us, I'll have Mr. Shive notified and brought in and deal with that then.
I don't know if I'm going to speak to you without his permission, me being there, but from what I gather, talking to the other doctor initially, his situation is tenuous. It goes back and forth. His stress level, and I've done a bunch of research on it, and it's his situation. Like he's had 3 blood transfusions in the last month and a half, complete blood transfusions. So
Right, because sickle cell anemia is a blood disease.
it's messed up. He's in the family's. He's been in intensive care, so and then it was indicated by the DA they put him in jail. He had a crisis. They took him to Grady. It stabilized. They took him back to jail. He had another crisis. They took him back to Grady, and that's where he's been. So, and then if he comes here, what I would like is us, and it's within your discretion, to have a hearing and let him testify and let the DA ask him questions about what he knows and see how he stands up under that. And
We're not gonna do that. I mean, we're just gonna have him testify. We're in the middle of the trial, so there's no point in doing a pre-hearing about that.
to see if he survives or he has another crisis. But if that,
Regardless, we'll do that in the trial itself. There's no point doing it twice.
well, just to see how, and see what his testimony would be, because he's indicated,
That's not how trials
because
work.
he's real sick, and if we have a problem here, I don't think you'd want to have it from the jury. But, I'll put it on the record, and whatever you decide to do, obviously we'll go along with
Okay.
it. So, just keep me, I have 2 cases upstairs. I plan on being here for a while.
Okay,
And Your Honor, I know that,
yes.
I know that Mr. Shive's concern stated to the court has been, his client going back to the jail. And I know that that has been the concern that Mr. Shive has expressed to the hospital personnel. But as I stated before, if he is to come here following the hospital, there's no need to go back to the jail if we.
All right, and I thought y'all were gonna work something, well, I mean, let's imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5. Then what happens? I thought the 2 of you were gonna work out some kind of other arrangement where he is kept in custody, considering the issues about whether he's going to appear voluntarily or not, but not in the jail.
That has been dealt with, and that has been.
That's what we want. So he could go back to his house. You
He
want to
would
put a
not.
GPS monitor?
He would not be at his house. He would be, we would still have to keep him in custody somewhere outside of a jail, I suppose. We could work on
So
that and
have
talk
y'all-
about that later. Because
Well,
we
I don't
had,
know about working on it and talking about it later, because it sounds like whatever, this is a fluid situation, and the kind of release, nobody seems to know when that's gonna occur. And if it occurs at a time when he can't be brought immediately over to testify, then there need to be other arrangements in place. And you say we've worked that out, but then it doesn't sound like y'all have worked
No,
that out.
actually, it has not been Mr. Shive and me, it has been the DA's office and the jail in terms of who or how they would, how we would handle his custody. And if he's released back to the jail, I can
That
talk-
seems like the kind of thing that, I don't know, a judge's signature needs to be upon.
We have not yet. We
Okay,
have
so
been
you just
discussing
said
it.
you worked it out.
I'm saying that there have been discussions.
Mm-hmm.
I will leave it at that, and I will present to the court whatever the result of those, I believe, the conclusion of those discussions are before he is released from the hospital.
It's real simple for me. I would like him released and go back home and be with his family so they can take care of it.
I know what you want, and based on the information that was in the affidavit in support of the material witness warrant, if he goes back to his family has no intention of, at least based on what's in the affidavit, of having him come testify.
The court could order, hold them in contempt if they do not, and put a GPS monitor.
Okay, I told y'all to work that out, like 2 days ago.
We've been talking, and as I have said to Mr. Shive, we have his continued position is only about him being released and not testifying.
All right, if you
So,
can't work it out, then just present something else to the court, other arrangements.
Thank you.
Because I don't think that it would be appropriate, considering the health situation, for him to go back to the jail either. But there's something between the two, between total release and he's in the wind because his family wants him
not to testify.
far away from here and in the jail. There's something in between those two.
Yes,
I have 2 court cases upstairs. I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record. Is this
All
an
right.
appropriate time?
Sure.
Okay. I fully understand that we are not a party. When I say we, I'm talking myself, my client, to anything going on with Mr. Zachary and the DA's office. However, it is my job to ensure a fair trial for my client. I am putting everyone on notice now. Your Honor, I don't, and I'm not casting aspersions. I don't know how much, if at all, judges know the discovery and the backstory of everything.
I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, this is what
That's between y'all until it gets presented in the trial.
Okay,
Or
so-
unless you bring an issue to me.
well, that's why I'm bringing this issue. Okay, Mr. Zachary, in statements in 2015, says a bunch of nasty lies about Mr. Stillwell. He blames Mr. Stillwell for everything except the JFK assassination. And my concern is, and I'm going to deal with that on cross-examination. That's not going to be a problem. However, if those lies come out and I am not able to cross-examine Mr. Zachary due to him being unavailable, due to medical situation, due to anything like that, and I don't know about his medical, I'm just hearing about it just like you. But if that happens, there's going to be no one ringing that bell. There's going to be no limiting instruction that's going to protect his due process rights, his rights to confront his accusers, his cross-examination rights. And it's going to lead to me asking for a mistrial again. And the state is on notice at this point that by calling Mr. Zachary in this state, and I don't know what his state is, but they seem to know, they are on notice that something could happen. And I'm not the one calling him to the stand, but if his direct testimony comes in or his prior statements come in and I don't have a chance to confront him about those lies, we are not going to have a fair trial. And I'll just put it on the record now so everyone knows what my stance on that is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, and again, I don't know what exactly his situation is. I've been told sort of varying things. There is, and I guess the most appropriate thing might be to just hear from the doctor, but if he is in a condition where testifying at this trial is risky and he may make it through half the testimony and not all of it or something like that, I mean, there's the possibility of taking his deposition to preserve his testimony, which then all of the attorneys would be present for, and you can do a video deposition. And then if for whatever reason he gets through part of it and not all of it, then it doesn't get used. I mean, that's a possibility.
Your Honor, there are just a couple of things that, and the court is correct, and that is, those are things that we have, tossed around.
Yeah.
But the state's bigger concern is that given the commentary made by Mr. Zachary's father, whom we're trying to reach him, that he was going to reach out to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know why, but that's what he said. And he insisted that we could not force Mr. Zachary to come and testify. And given that there seems to be pretty open communication between Mr. Shive and counsel for the defendants, they probably have an even better grasp on what's going on with him than even we do. But what we do know is that there are people down there who are monitoring him. And the person with whom I spoke yesterday said that person is not a doctor, but that his vitals on the chart looked normal. Okay. And that there had been the representation by Mr. Shive that if he goes down to the jail, he's going to die, and there are 28, all of these things. And so it perhaps makes certain people protective of keeping him there and not realizing the reality of this circumstance, that it appears that whenever it comes close to the time that he has, so.
Yeah, I
There's that.
realize that this
But
could
we have
just as
considered-
easily be a convenient excuse. I mean,
But we've
I don't know
been,
what the real situation is.
and we have been, we have been talking about all of that. But what I do know is that Mr. Scheib has told me flat out, my client will not testify. And he's given me the reason that he believes. And like I said, I'll just leave it at that. And it's not the reason that he just represented.
Okay, well, I have also not been presented with any sort of immunity order, and that was
We
something,
have that.
okay.
And it's the same, it's just a standard motion under the statute and a proposed order and an agreement for Mr. Scheib and his client to sign. So, and again,
Okay, so have the terms been worked out between of the order, whatever the conditions and things like that? Did you and Mr. Scheib work that out?
no, Judge, what we did was track the language of the statute. There wasn't, it literally says that he cannot be, nothing that he the stuff to which he is.
All right, so you have not talked to Mr. Scheib, and Mr. Scheib has not talked to you since yesterday afternoon when y'all said you were gonna,
We've communicated,
about terms.
we have been drafting it, we have not talked.
Okay, so how about talk to him when he gets back, because he had a couple of other courtrooms to go handle matters in, and he was coming back after that. And talk to him before you present anything to me.
Okay, but Your Honor, I would also say that and I will do as the court has instructed, period. That's a full stop. The statute.
I love when attorneys say, I'll follow your orders, as if you have a choice. I mean, I guess you have a
No,
choice, I can hold you in contempt, but okay,
and
thank
that's
you,
not
I
what I'm saying
appreciate
that
that.
happened, and I don't mean to be or sound
Okay.
contemptuous. What I'm saying, Your Honor, is I don't want the rest of what I'm saying to be interpreted as if I'm going to do something else
Okay.
than what the court has instructed. All that I am saying, or all that I was saying, was that the 245507 has specific language, and it instructs that it is, the court knows that statute. So we are going to follow that statute, and we will talk to Mr. Scheib about what that means. And I don't know if there's something else that he intends to or wants, but whatever that is, we will discuss it with him. But the statute itself is pretty clear, and so we will do as I said, as the court instructs.
Okay. All right, there's a new motion in limine number 60 that I am just opening the email for. Is that something that we need to deal with this morning, or is that just something for our
No.
next non-jury day?
No, but I wanted to inform this honorable court that you motivated
Ah,
the people at our office.
okay, great.
Thank you. They said they are inspired by your words and they are ready to go. So thank you.
Good deal. Okay, well, we'll take that up whenever we have our next non-jury day, if it's just about upcoming evidence, but not immediately upcoming. All right. All right, are there any other, we told the jury 9, so we've got a few minutes before it reaches 9 o'clock. Any other matters we need to discuss?
Your Honor, we came in early specifically to discuss the
Yes.
objection that was raised
Okay.
by counsels for the defendants. And what I believe was happening, if I can summarize it clearly and accurately, on yesterday evening, we had Deputy DA Mike Sprinkle on the stand, who was asked a question regarding how it is that he conducts further independent investigations into the unindicted homicide cases that he receives in order to make those decisions that he makes. There was the objection specifically when I asked Deputy DA Sprinkle how it is that he decides with the thousands of jail calls, for instance, that he has access to, which ones are pertinent to,
Right.
to look at. And so there was this objection that we were bolstering, that it was irrelevant, and that we should not be allowed to do that. We should only be allowed to ask DDA Sprinkle what he did in this case. To that, Your Honor, to the extent that the defense has made relevant by accusing, by in front of the jury, raising their defense of essentially selective prosecution and malicious prosecution by the state, it has not only made this particular testimony as to how DDA Sprinkle conducts his efforts to determine the proper charging decisions to make, not only relevant, but highly probative, and thus not a waste of time or confusion. For the defense to take the position that they are able to show that, or say that the state has essentially chosen to just go after their client because they wanted to get the big fish, and then to object when we try to show the repetitive nature and the consistent method by which DDA Sprinkle conducts his procedures. It is an effort to create a distraction on their part regarding selective prosecution or malicious prosecution, and then to have that argument unanswered on the part of the state. And that is, it goes against 24-1-1, which obviously says that the whole purpose of this process is to determine the truth. And so when the jury is trying to make a determination about what was done in this case, and essentially DDA Sprinkle has taken investigative steps, and he is showing his normal, consistent investigative steps. And for the defense to try and limit that showing to the jury, it's an effort to hide very relevant facts from the jury. When the defense is allowed to argue with respect to our officers, to ask on cross-examination, how many reports have you done? Is this what you do in every report? And to essentially question the way that the officers normally conduct their procedures in order to make the jury believe that something untoward has happened, the state certainly should not be constrained from showing the standard nature and the reliability of the procedures that DDA Sprinkle used in determining how he ultimately makes decisions. So how the phone calls are obtained is just one thing that makes it credible. It shows that it is a part of his routine policies and procedures, and it is not distracting. It is in fact clarifying. And again, under 24-1-1, the state is or should be entitled to present its evidence that what the defense has now put before the jury by way of argument and cross-examination is very relevant. Their entire position is antagonistic to 24-1-1. And even if someone feels they've got a constitutional right to confuse, that's not what our rules of evidence require. And we would ask that the court allow us to continue the line of questioning that we have begun. We have said that we would make it targeted. We are not attempting to get information that is not pertinent in this case before the jury. And we are attempting to give the jury all of the information that they need in order to make proper decisions based on whole truths in this case. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
All right, thank you. Do you have any case law you wanted the court to consider?
Well, as to bolstering, Your Honor, that is what the defense has argued is happening. That has been the basis for their objection. And the first case that I have for the court, it plainly says that bolstering is when one witness testifies or comments on the credibility of another, or when one witness attempts to, after the credibility of something has been attacked, another witness, before it's time to do so, attempts to bolster the credibility of that other thing that has been attacked. So in this case, this is simply the state showing DDA Sprinkle's policies, his practice, how standard his policies or procedures are in investigating and in making decisions in the cases that he gets, and his experience and the number of times that he has done it and how he has done it and why he does what he does is very relevant for the jury to decide how to assess the testimony that he gives in terms of what he did. So it's in no way bolstering. And I believe that the case, my,
Bless you.
my computer shut down on me and I'm getting the case that I had for the courts. Okay, Brown versus States plainly says, when a witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. When the Supreme Court evaluates whether testimony constitutes improper bolstering, the Supreme Court considers the disputed testimony in context. That's Brown versus State 302 Georgia 454, and specifically it references 24-6-620 and points out that it says the credibility of the witness shall be a matter to be determined by the trier of fact. And under that statute, a witness can never bolster the credibility of another witness as to whether the witness is telling the truth. Credibility of the witness is within the province of the jury. And when the witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there's no improper bolstering. So in our case, there is no such thing being done. In fact, the opposite is being done when with the lead detective and in the Donovan Thomas murder and with the lead detective in every other case that we have presented to the jury, the defense has constantly and consistently attempted to show to the jury that either there is a malicious or selective or somehow improper or irregular effort to target their clients, to show the absence of those very things with a witness is nothing but to have the witness show, how he is qualified to make the determinations or to do what he did, even when he is a lay witness.
All right, any argument from defense counsel?
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, prosecutor just stated that there was an objection when Mr. Sprinkle was going through jail calls in which are pertinent. And I believe that we can just get there. OCGA 24-1-1 talks about the mission of a case. And here, the mission of a criminal case is whether the state of Georgia proves to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of one or more of these accused. That's it. It's not about Mr. Sprinkle's work. And he can say, I have found this jail call. And if the court admits it, they can play it. But him going through this is what I do, and I have grand jury power, and I don't always follow the police, and I don't indict other people in other cases at times that the police think should be indicted. There's really no play here to that mission. The prosecution's attack or statement or justification maybe would be the right word that I'll just say me, but have raised in defense that the police targeted Mr. Williams. I stand by that. It came out in evidence. Just for instance, when this honorable court was here, it came out in other factions of the case before this honorable court graced the bench in this case. But Mr. Copeland's statement, which was admitted over objection on June 10, 2015, he's with prosecutors, not prosecutors, police officers. And they specifically say, we don't want Shannon. He's a little fish. We want a big fish. And it comes out, I want Thug. I want to know where his money's from. This was embedded in the case by the prosecution. And Mr. Copeland testified, I knew who they wanted. And he said, whether it's believed or not is up to obviously the trier of fact. But Mr. Copeland said, I knew that I can get out of that interrogation room by finessing against Mr. Williams. And I lied. That's, short. That's a fair amount. But I was going through this last night and this morning, Your Honor. And if the district attorneys who's testifying, and he's an honorable man, if he's allowed to say what his conduct was, why he did this, why he didn't do certain things. They asked yesterday, or the court may have said, yeah, but you attacked why some people were indicted and some people weren't indicted. I believe that came from the honorable court. Then I would like to have, I believe that's a waiver of work product. I mean, we're getting very close to strategy, and they're revealing, they being the DA's office through this witness, may be revealing to an adversary, which waives attorney work product, what they did and why they did it. And if that's true, I just know myself, and I want to follow the law. I'm going to serve a subpoena. It'll be met with a quash, I'm sure. And you're going to have to go through all of the in-camera inspection of all emails, text messages, memos from meetings. I'm going to put Paul Howard on my witness list because this case has been languishing before indictment for approximately 7 years. And I don't see why we're doing that, because it could extend the trial, which is fine. But it really is going to be met by a blizzard of people reading all, if you allow it, of the state's inner workings. So then we can confront Mr. Sprinkle. Well, you made this decision. I want to understand why you did this decision. Because this memo says this. For instance, there's no wiretap on Mr. Williams' telephone. There's a wiretap order that was given to us, a proposed order, in discovery. It was never given, I could tell, to a court. Well, I find that interesting, but it's not in evidence. I wasn't going to ask about it, but if his strategies are coming in, he will be asked. Now, I'm confident, knowing the Honorable District Attorney elected Willis, she has control of this case. I just know that from dealings with her and in the past and on this case. So she will be added to the witness list, because it's really not Mike Sprinkle's call who to indict. That's from my experience. I'm not saying came out in evidence, but the Honorable Court knows a lot more about the inner workings potentially than I do. But we're going down such a wrong road, and the case law supports what the defense is saying. That's why we don't get into the investigation and the conduct of the investigation, but we get into irrelevant information given out. Unless, and it says in the rare case, R-A-R-E, rare case, that the conduct of the investigator becomes relevant. And that's all I'm trying to say. And as far as jury instructions, I believe this honorable court will be asked, whether you give it or not, it's up to the court. But there'll be an instruction. The fact that it's a party to a crime, and we have a conspiracy, so I believe it's coming. The fact that others have not been charged, are given immunity, are beyond prosecution, were prosecuted, or been acquitted is irrelevant. In the indictment itself, it states that the grand jury does hereby charge and accuse the following 28 people. And it says, and there are others known, and unknown who are co-conspirators. So there's no issue on who did you charge. Those are specific strategic decisions made by the Honorable Fonnie Willis et al., her office. So I am going to object to DA Sprinkle. I do believe that the state of Georgia was attempting to, probably did, say what a great job they do by reviewing all these cases and not letting an indictment go out, which may be true. That's how it should be. That's what we demand of our prosecutors, but it doesn't really come into this case. So I stand on our objections for the cases I gave last time.
Okay, yes.
Your Honor, I was just going to point out again that the way that the questions have been tailored have been in order for the jury to be allowed to see what experience Mr. Sprinkle has, what his standard operating procedure is, and to show the method and procedure by which he obtained the information that he will present to the jury.
All right, well, I gave instructions yesterday and those instructions still apply. So are we ready? I know the jury's ready. And you can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand.
Can we get a Zoom link to send to Brady? No, we're trying to get.
Oh, for
Yes,
Grady,
yes. Can
we
get a
can
Zoom
generate
at a
one.
time that the court will hear from the doctor.
We can generate one. No, I mean, wouldn't it just be this? I mean, if not, then we'll just send another one to everybody.
Is there a time that we can
Lunch?
give to him? Can that be?
I mean, I don't know, maybe we need to do it at that person's convenience. Okay. You can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle in. Thank you.
Good morning, DA Sprinkle.
Good morning.
When we broke on yesterday, I believe that the last question that I asked you was how it was that you went about targeting what phone numbers, for instance, to listen to when you are investigating or conducting an independent investigation of unindicted cases that you receive from law enforcement? Would you explain to the jury how you go about doing that?
Well,
I think he already answered that question yesterday.
I think that there was the objection. So I think that was, he had not completed his response.
my understanding is that he did, and so I'm going to object on asked and answered.
Sustained.
Mr. Sprinkle, where is it that you get the information from regarding what numbers to look for in Securus as you began to look into how to make your decisions in investigating independently cases that you receive?
Well, there's a few areas. The first is looking at the numbers that the inmate called and running each number individually to see which numbers the inmate actually called versus which numbers another inmate called using that inmate's pen. That's the primary way. All right.
Go ahead.
But the other way is I would, if I had, for example, from intelligence that's gathered during the investigation, for example, if cell phone records were obtained by the investigator or by me, however they were obtained, I'll go through, for one of the parties involved in the case, I'll go through them and I'll generate a list of phone numbers from those phone records. And what I'm trying to do there is on every phone number that occurs in a party of interest phone records through the jail call system. Because I'm not oftentimes just looking for phone calls from people that have been actually charged with the crime. I'm also looking for phone calls from people that may know something about the crime and that those phone calls are placed to those people in close temporal proximity to the homicide or event that I'm interested in.
And how, when you speak about the fact that there are some calls that are made off pin and some calls that are not, how do you determine when a call is made by a person that you are actually seeking to gain information from?
There's a number of factors that go into that. One of the most basic and easiest to explain would be I just recognize the voice. If we're talking about the inmate, like if I want to verify that it is in fact an inmate that I'm interested in that's placing the call, then I just develop a familiarity with their voice through various means. Wherever I can find a known exemplar of their voice, then I listen to that and I learn their accents and the tone and tenor of their voice. And that based on a few other things, like for example, how often the inmate customarily calls this number. If I know that that number belongs to somebody that's a close family member or friend of the inmate, then that's another thing that is kind of an indicia of reliability that is in fact the inmate that's calling that number. But I think the primary thing is just knowing their voice.
Is it a common practice to, once you have done these things that you've described for the jury, for you to then talk to people that have not been identified?
I couldn't hear what you said, Cheryl, but saying something at the same time. Objection, what?
Leading your.
Overruled.
Is it a common practice for you, once you have done all these things that you have described for the jury, for you to talk to people or endeavor to talk to people that have not previously been a part of the case file?
Yes.
Now, when you do that, is that something you do alone, or do you do it with the lead detective or your investigator, or a combination?
A combination.
How often is it that you have actually found people that you had not previously identified as a part of the case file, that were people you sought to obtain information from to further investigate a case?
Going to object, that's irrelevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you actually do locate a person and go and talk to them, do you put that in some kind of memorandum or recording that you preserve to provide to the defense?
Generally, if not invariably and always, I at the very least record the interview unless it was it occurred in such a circumstance where that was not possible, such as at random and it was unplanned. But if it's an interview where that I'm actually planning, then I would audio record the interview, unless I don't believe I've ever actually had an occasion where the audio recorder failed. So I wouldn't even say barring the unforeseen, like the audio recorder failing. So yes, I would always record it.
And do you also provide supplements to the case file that you receive from the police?
Yeah, not in every case, but particularly if it was a case in which I did a lot of extra investigation, then I would write a supplement usually.
When do you do what you just described called extra investigation? In what circumstances would you do what you call extra investigation?
Well, if it was
And you can explain.
in my estimation, if the case needed more investigation, if it needed extra investigation, if after reviewing the case file, I found that the evidence was lacking and that it wouldn't be appropriate to present the case to a grand jury, let alone take it to trial, then I will conduct a quote unquote extra investigation, as I called it, hoping to find more evidence to make the case better or otherwise dispose of the case appropriately.
Now, let me ask you this. What about people that have already been interviewed by law enforcement? Do you ever go out and interview those persons after receiving a case file?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Go ahead and move on to more targeted questions, please.
When you receive a statement of a purported witness in a case, do you take the statement, give it to you in the case file as all that witness has to say, or do you ever endeavor to
I'm
speak with them
legally, Your
yourself?
Sustained.
Do you do anything with the witness statements that you receive in your unindicted cases that you get from law enforcement?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, that goes directly to his practice, his way of conducting investigations into the cases that he then makes other decisions for, and it goes to how it allows the jury to gauge his practice, his
Counsel approach, please.
DDA Sprinkle. Did you work with Detective Thorpe on the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I did.
And in working with Detective Thorpe, do you recall when it was that you received the police file from the Atlanta Police Department?
It would have been late 2015 or in early 2016.
Did you document when you received the case file from Detective Thorpe in a memorandum or report that you provided as part of the case file?
Yeah, it'd probably be this
Don't
report.
hold it up, don't hold it up.
Well, anyway, this report right here that I brought to the stand, the 140-page one.
140 pages?
Yeah, I believe that's how many pages it is.
Okay.
Yep, 140 pages.
And did you, would you look at that if you need to refresh your memory about when it was that you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, right here, in fact, January 2016. It's the first 4 words of the report.
All right. Once you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, without going into what was said by this person, did you notice a witness or identify a witness that you wanted to speak with first?
I did.
Who was that person?
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Robinson.
All right. Now, Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, first of all, why are you saying AKA Nicholas Robinson?
Because that was a name he provided contemporaneously with an October or September 2015 arrest, I believe.
Of himself or someone?
Of himself.
And is that person a person who had a statement already inside the case file you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
He did.
So if there was a statement by that person already inside the case file, why did you want to speak with that person? Or did you want to speak with that person?
I follow-up questions.
Say that again?
I have more questions, follow-up questions, other questions that after reviewing the case file that I had, that hadn't been previously asked by the Atlanta Police Department.
And is it common when you have questions that haven't been answered in your regular course of reviewing cases to locate those persons to ask them more questions?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
How did you locate Spencer Robinson, AKA Nicholas Wright?
Spencer Wright was an
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Wright.
Spencer Wright was an inmate at the Atlanta City Jail, located next door to the public safety headquarters at 226 Peachtree Street, which is like 2 blocks away.
How did you find out that that's where he was?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I knew that that's where they housed him after he was arrested in October of 2015. Somebody told me, I'm sure, that that's where he was, or my investigator found that's where he was. At any rate, that's where he was when I wanted to interview him.
Now, at the time that you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, had there been arrest warrants taken out for any?
Yes.
Who were the arrest warrants taken out for at the time that you received the case file?
Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, Demiki Garlington, and Shannon Jackson.
Shannon Jackson, does he have any other name?
Shannon Stillwell.
And when you received the case file, did the case file have in it more than a written report? In other words, did it consist of audio interviews, surveillance, anything like that?
Did have surveillance video, had a written report drafted by the lead detective, among other things. But the key things were the written report drafted by Detective Jim Thorpe Jr. of the Atlanta Police Department, the surveillance video that depicted the incident, another surveillance video from a gas station. I believe I had that in the initial case file as well. Crime scene photos, I believe, may have been in there. Although I do recall obtaining more some point later. But and audio from interviews, some cell phone records. I don't recall every single thing that I had. I didn't obtain the entire case file immediately because I recall throughout the course of my work on this case, consulting with other investigators with ABD and obtaining little pieces of the case file as I went along. But yeah.
All right. So would you back up, and I'll use one of my colleagues' words, and unpack what you just said a little bit for the jury?
Regarding the murder of Donovan Thompson, I had audio interviews from some of the people that, if not all of them, that Detective Thorpe interviewed as part of this investigation, and his report and surveillance video.
All right. And so slowing down a little bit, you said you did not have all of the case file, that you got other information from other investigators?
Well, I guess it's how you define case file. I had what Detective Thorpe provided me.
Okay.
But there were other investigators at APD that had been working on this matter. And so
And were those other investigators, the information you sought to get from them, were they not in or part of the file Detective Thorpe gave to you?
right, I remember in particular, there was a lot of cell phone records that I obtained from another investigator that I did not obtain from Detective Thorpe. And that is specifically when I say another investigator, I'm talking about Tyrone Dennis.
Okay. Now, if you would, slowing down a little bit more, if you would, please tell the jury how you determined that Detective Dennis had information of interest to you in this case.
Well, I met with Detective Dennis sometime in, I believe it would have been January 2016, sometime in early 2016.
Did you meet with him with Detective Thorpe?
No, I believe it was Detective Dennis and Lakia Gaither, and I met them at the Atlanta Police Department's public safety headquarters in a large conference room.
Okay, okay. So when you first got this particular case with the individuals listed that you just named, for whom warrants had been taken out, did you follow the same procedure that you described yesterday of the jury to gain additional information
Yes,
in order to assess the case?
yes.
Was there anything that you knew personally about any of the people for whom warrants had been taken that made you decide to go out and seek additional information in this case?
Are you asking me, did I personally know the defendants, the people that the police charged?
Yes.
No, I did not know them.
Did you know when you got the case filed, when it was that Detective Thorpe had talked to Spencer Wright?
It would have been in October of 2015 on the night of his arrest.
And did you have, as part of your case file, information that immediately after talking to Spencer Wright and Nicholas Robbins, that Detective Thorpe took out the warrants for the persons you just mentioned?
So Spencer Wright was arrested on October 19, 2015, the same being the night that Detective Thorpe, among others, interviewed him. And the warrants, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, were taken out October 20th, 2015. For the 4 defendants that I referenced earlier for the murder charges.
Where did you have surveillance video from in the file that Detective Thorpe gave?
So there was a from what I recall, 2 surveillance cameras mounted on the barbershop located at 330 McDaniel Street. And then you went about maybe 100, maybe not even 100 yards away. There's a gravel lot and then a street. There's a Texaco station, McDaniel Northside Drive. And I had surveillance images from that station.
Were you personally familiar with that location? Have you gone out and personally seen it?
Yes, I've been to that location before, yes.
After you got Detective Thorpe's file, did you find yourself out there again, or did you go use what you had to make any kind of determination?
Yeah, I drove by there a couple of times, a few times as I looked over the case just to get the lay of the land, because you can only see so much from Google Earth.
All right, so backing up, when you say you drove by there a couple of times, did you just like drive down the street, or did you stop? What did you do?
I drove down the street, I would stop and I would just take a look at the lot just to get a kind of, rather than the 2D perspective that you would get on, like I said, Google Earth. I wanted to just kind of see where all the buildings were situated and that kind of thing. I mean, I didn't get out and like linger around, get out of my car and like linger around or anything like that. I didn't really see any reason to do that. But yeah, I did like survey the crime scene.
Why did you do that? Why did you go out there if you already had the surveillance footage?
Again, just because it's one thing to look at a scene on a screen, where you can get some 3-dimensional perspective from the images. It's quite another to actually be at the scene and not be staring at it in 2 dimensions from a computer screen. Now you get to see, where somebody's view would be obstructed depending on where they were standing and that kind of thing.
Is that the only thing that you get a value by going out to a scene after you get a police file?
Yeah.
Where somebody's view will be obstructed. You're allowed to tell the jury what value you gain from going out to the scene.
Well, I mean, it's just important to see where the crime actually occurred. Sometimes, particularly if it's like in an apartment complex, going out to the scene, you can do a witness canvas, start knocking on doors.
Did you do that? Have you done that?
I have. I didn't do it in this case because this occurred on a public thoroughfare.
Okay.
But yeah, anywhere where there's a homicide, where there's a lot of people, like pretty much an apartment complex or a neighborhood, that can be beneficial.
All right. Did you also mention Google Earth earlier?
I did.
Why did you mention Google Earth?
Well, Google Earth, In this specific case, I went to Google Earth because I did eventually end up interviewing Spencer Wright myself.
Without talking about what he said.
Right, and right, well, I'm not even going to get into what he said. I just went to Google Earth to create to take still shots of images that were photographed by the those Google Earth vehicles, I guess, just so I could show them to him and say, okay, well, where were you at this time when you said you saw this, etc.
And had he said those things previously in his interview with Detective Thorpe? Had he given the information of where you were at this particular time?
He
Without saying where he was? Had he given that?
he offered a verbal description of where he was.
Did you capture whatever it was that he said verbally in the Google Earth photos that you then chose to show to him?
Objection, what? Overruled.
After listening to Detective Thorpe's interview with Spencer Wright, did you attempt to find on Google Earth where it was that he was located?
I did.
Were you able to locate an area that coincided with or matched the area he described being in?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any reference to statements made by this witness who's not testifying as hearsay.
Your Honor, this witness is not going to tell the jury. First of all, we're not offering it for the matter asserted. We're offering it to allow the jury to see what Mr. Rico did in context. He located a certain
Let's
area.
not say what he did. We need to hear that from the witness.
Okay, so it's.
Overruled.
So were you able to see that area described by Mr. Wright? on Google Maps?
Yeah, I found an area that I believed he described. Yes.
Why were you looking for the area where Mr. Wright described?
Well, specifically, because the area that I believed he described was also captured by the surveillance camera that captured the incident. So if Mr. Wright was where I believe he was based on what he said, then it would be in the surveillance footage. I would see him, or a human-like figure. Given the clarity of the surveillance footage, it wouldn't have been sufficient to actually make out his face, but I would have at least expected to see that.
Did you see Mr. Wright or a human-like figure in that area you were looking at on the surveillance footage?
I did not.
Did you fully capture that area on the still shots that you took down to show to Mr. Wright?
I did.
When did you meet with Mr. Wright?
This would have been January 12th of 2016,
Where did you meet with Mr. Wright?
the Atlanta City Jail.
Now, was Mr. Wright being held on felony or misdemeanor charges?
Probation violation on a felony case.
Now, did you offer anything to Mr. Wright in exchange for him speaking with you?
I didn't.
Had, to your knowledge, anything been offered to Mr. Wright by your office in exchange for him speaking with you?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there any insinuation that you would lower his charges or drop his probation?
Not by me.
Was there any made by anyone associated with you that you have any knowledge of?
No, not to my knowledge. I have absolutely no information to indicate that that ever happened.
Who went with you when you talked to Mr. Wright?
the aforementioned, the investigator I mentioned yesterday, David White.
How long, do you remember how long you met with Mr. Wright?
Probably maybe like an hour. I audio recorded it, so however long the audio recording is how long I met with him. Well, for in relevant part, and I audio recorded the entire thing. It would probably 45 minutes to an hour and a half. I would expect somewhere in there.
Did you video record it as well?
I did not. In fact, I brought a voice recorder no, I just brought a pocket voice recorder.
Now, why weren't you in an interview room, video recording you all interaction?
It was actually in a pod, like an inmate dorm at the Atlanta City Jail where Investigator White and I interviewed him. And there's like a little, like a break-off room to the side of the pod, and we just met him in there. There was a table and chairs in there, and we just talked to him.
And were any other inmates around while you talked to them? Present?
Well, they weren't in the room with us. I don't recall if they were out and about in the dorm. But yeah, there were other inmates. I don't recall that any of them were within earshot of us, though.
Not within earshot? Is that what you said?
I don't know. Certainly nothing happened during the interview that alerted me that somebody was listening in. I'll leave it at that. And I don't recall having a feeling at the time that, because I believe I would have. That would have left an impression on me if I thought that others were eavesdropping. And I didn't have any feelings of that sort while I was doing the interview.
Now, how many images did you show to Mr. Wright?
I don't know exactly how many. Let's see. Probably like 15 to 20.
Were all 15 to 20 images that you showed to Mr. Wright?
Probably more like 10 to 15, actually. It was somewhere around there. It was less than 25.
Were all of the images that you showed to Mr. Wright images captured from the barbershop footage in front of which the murder occurred?
It was Google Earth still shots that just depicted the scene, and still shots from the barbershop surveillance footage.
Starting with the Google Earth still shots that depicted the scene, what did you do with those still shots?
I printed them out
Okay.
prior to going into the interview.
And, and when you showed them to Spencer Wright, given that they weren't from the actual night of the murder, what were you doing with them?
Well, given that the scene had remained, from the time the murder happened to the time that the Google Earth vehicle photographed the scene had remained unchanged. In other words, the lay of the land was essentially the same.
Mhm.
My objective was for Mr. Wright to identify where both he was and other parties were at various times during when he witnessed the incident, according to him.
Okay, so was Mr. Wright, without saying where or what he said, but was he able to point out an area that he was claiming to have been at?
Yes, he did.
And was that area also captured in the surveillance footage from the barbershop?
It was.
Now, was the lighting the same on the Google Maps images that you showed him as it was on the night of the murder that was captured on surveillance?
No, because the Google Map images were captured during daylight hours, whereas the homicide occurred during just after nightfall or during twilight hours.
Were there any identifiable landmarks in the area that you were interested in regarding Mr. Wright that were clearly depicted on the Google Earth printouts? Stationary objects.
Well, there was a bench, yes. Mhm.
And where was that bench located?
It was located at a bus stop.
Where?
Where's the bus stop?
Yes.
It's across the street from 330 McDaniel Street.
About how far from 330 McDaniel Street?
However wide the street is, I don't know, 30 yards, 40 yards.
Okay.
Because it wasn't like directly across the street. I mean, it was sufficient that it was captured within the surveillance footage, but it was kind of, I guess it depends on how you define it. It was definitely across the street, but if we're going through the front door of the barber shop, it wasn't directly across the street from the front door. It's kind of like diagonal. Yeah. Mhm.
All right. Is that bench visible on the surveillance footage?
It is.
Were you interested in looking at a particular time on the surveillance footage after listening to Mr. Wright's interview and speaking with him yourself?
I was.
And what particular time were you interested in looking at?
Well, time isn't a constant here because there's the time that I believe the incident happened, and then there's the timestamp on the video, which differed.
Okay. And so let's start with the time that the incident happened. If it's different than the time on the video, how do you go about finding what time to look at?
Well, I'm watching the video. If you, in this case, you have a surveillance video, and the incident of which we're speaking is prominently featured when you watch that video. So I could just watch the video and wait for that incident to occur, and that's when I knew that the portion of the video that I was viewing was relevant insofar as it depicted the incident, regardless of the timestamp emblazoned thereon.
And during that time that you're looking at the video, are you able to discern where that bench at the bus stop is in relation to where the shooting occurred?
Like it was about, like I said, across the street, not directly across the street, but probably across the street and maybe 20 to 30 yards to the right if you're facing across the street from the barbershop.
Did Mr. Wright recognize the bench in the surveillance footage, or were you able to show him the bench in the surveillance footage?
In your honor, calls for hearsay and also confrontation clause.
Sustained. I would withdraw that. Did you ever see Mr. Wright in any part of the surveillance footage of the murder, or someone fitting his description anywhere near that bench? And by anywhere near, I mean sitting on or within 1 foot of the bench during the time of the murder?
No, there were no human-like figures around the bench. I saw a cat at one point.
You saw what?
It looked to be a cat.
A cat. You could see a cat on the surveillance video?
Yeah, that's what struck me. It wasn't real high fidelity, but it was, the light was bright enough and the fidelity was sufficient to see a feline moseying around the bench, but there was unambiguously, there were no people around the bench.
Did you check the surveillance maybe like a few minutes or minutes after and minutes before the murder just to see if perhaps there was a human at that bench?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I did. I watched that footage many, many times. Of course, the most relevant period to me was the time when the incident actually occurred. But no, I didn't see a human at that bench.
And how many times did you watch that video?
I didn't keep count, but it would have been many, 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 many times. So at least 150. I don't know. It was many times.
Why did you watch the video so many times?
To see every time I watched, I was hoping to see something maybe I hadn't noticed before, the way the light bounces off one of the vehicles, because that was a big part for me. I wanted to figure out what sort of vehicles we were dealing with here. I actually had the video enhanced at one point because like I said, the video wasn't very high quality. So yeah, I had to kind of try to fill in the blanks myself. That's why I viewed it so many times. And even also I always would hope, a lot of times it would probably just be in futility, but I would always hope to see something I hadn't seen before.
Now, when you said you had the video enhanced, would you tell the jury what you mean? I mean, when you say enhanced, what do you do?
I sent it off to private corporate companies or individual. There were two. It was Target, like the retail store. They have a division within their company that deals with surveillance footage, and they at the time, maybe they still do, but they at the time they would digitally enhance surveillance videos. And there was another gentleman named Walter Pineda who offered the same services. He was an individual.
Why did you send it out to two different places?
Just, I guess the more the better.
Were those, either of those places able to allow you to see anything more clearly?
A little bit, yeah, it helped a little bit. Yeah, it's digital, and I'm buying. So there's really only so much they can do to clean it up. It's just ones and zeros, but they are programs that can, I guess, kind of filter out some of the noise from the picture and that kind of thing, and that's what they did. So it helped a little bit.
Now, is it unusual for you to take surveillance footage in unindicted cases you receive from law enforcement officers and send it out to other agencies to have it, to see if you could have it enhanced at all?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Ever ruled?
It is actually, I think this is the only case I've ever actually done that on,
And why then did you choose to do it on this case?
because the video was so important and I really needed to identify as much as I could in that video.
Now, was this, when you say the video was so important, was this particular homicide case for you any more important than the others or any others that you worked on, the case itself?
No, it wasn't any more important. Any case, it got more attention because for my purposes, it was essentially unsolved right when I got it. And so that elevates the priority of any homicide case. I wouldn't say priority isn't the right word. It really isn't. It's just the amount of time that I'm going to spend on it certainly goes way up.
Okay. And when you said it got more attention because it was unsolved, how often did you get unsolved cases in your capacity as an unindicted homicide?
Objection,
relevance.
Ever ruled?
Not very often, thankfully. The police don't normally make charges on.
Relevant and non-responsive.
Sustained,
So,
sustained.
all right, when you say not often, can you tell the jury approximately how many unsolved homicide cases you worked with during your time? And it doesn't have to be an exact number. Right. Because my follow-up question is gonna,
Maybe 20 to 30 truly unsolved cases.
in those other 20 to 30 cases, did you perform acts or investigations in the same manner that you performed your investigation or further investigation of this particular case?
I did.
And did that include seeking out witnesses that had not previously been identified?
That is correct.
Did that also include finding jail calls
It
that
did.
had not been identified?
It did.
Did it include going out to scenes?
It did.
Did it include interviewing people who had already been interviewed?
It did.
And with those other cases, did you include as part of the case file, recordings that you conducted, recordings of persons that you conducted interviews?
Yes,
And did you include any cell phone data, jail calls, social media, things of that nature that you found during your independent investigation?
I did.
And after you got the video evidence of the barber shop, did you review any other, or I should say, did you review any other video besides the barber shop video?
I did. There was that video from the Texaco station. I reviewed that.
The video from the Texaco station, were you familiar with how to work that system when you first got it?
Well, I didn't, when you say system, I didn't receive the original recording apparatus. But the software, yes. Yes, I mean, I figured it out and was able to view the video.
When you first got that video, was the timestamp on that video the same? In other words, was the time on that video the same or different than the time on the barbershop video?
From what I recall, the barbershop surveillance video is considerably more accurate than the video from, or excuse me, the Texaco station video is considerably more accurate than the barbershop video, if not entirely accurate.
Okay. So if it was different, how were you able to look at the Texaco video and determine anything as it relates to what was happening in the barbershop?
So the frames are, there are certain parts of the frames that overlapped. So in other words, so you had a camera at the barbershop that was capturing the street, and then you had a camera mounted over at the Texaco that was also capturing that same street, and the two cameras were capturing part of the same part of the street. So if I saw something happening in one frame, I could just marry it up to the from the image caught by the other camera. And if I have, for example, and that's how I would be able to tell. So in other words, I wasn't using the timestamp, particularly on the barbershop, since the timestamp was wonky. But even if the timestamp looks correct, it could still be a few seconds off, you know. So I was mostly things that were constants to me were like vehicles driving by the scene, or when gunshots rang out. You know, I would look for that. So so when the Texaco footage, I don't recall exactly. There was a blue car that came into the gas station. There was something that was captured on both cameras that I was able to use as a marking point to sync up the two pieces of footage.
When you were reviewing the Texaco footage, did you only look at the time frame that you thought that the murder occurred?
No, I particularly as I continue my review, I looked at probably like 30 or 40 minutes before the murder occurred. I looked at the entire piece of footage.
We're gonna come back to the Texaco footage, but I wanna ask you, after looking at the Texaco footage, did you do anything to identify persons or objects that you saw in the Texaco?
I did.
Would you tell the jury how you went about identifying certain persons and objects? And you need to clarify that.
Well, there was, and without getting into, all right. So there was an event that occurred on the video. First thing was that I was looking for something specifically that, based on other evidence in the case, I'll just keep it broad or general here. Based on other evidence in the case, I suspected I was going to see on the video. And as I watched the video during that time frame, I didn't in fact see what I thought I was going to see.
Did or did not?
I did.
Okay.
And it was a vehicle specifically. It was a certain vehicle. And when I saw it, based on other things that I had seen, specifically I'm talking about social media records, photos, and cell phone tower data, I thought I wonder if this person is at the gas station. And when I looked at the footage, I said, oh, well, I recognize that vehicle from social media. And then as I continued to watch the footage, I recognized one of the people that was inside. It was a passenger in that vehicle, because that person walked into the store and they got close to the camera. And because they were close to an interior surveillance camera in a well-lit store, I was able to see their face. And then as other things happened around this vehicle that I recognized in the footage, I complete investigative tasks to figure out who the other people were. I already knew who one of the people was, the person that was driving the vehicle, or I had a strong suspicion as to who was driving the vehicle I was looking for based on cell phone records and social media photos and videos. So I already knew right when I saw it. I had a pretty good idea. I knew for a fact who one of the person was, and the person who was driving the vehicle, I had a pretty good idea who it was.
All right, let's unpack a little bit of that. Now, what vehicle were you looking for?
It was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville,
What color?
gray.
Why were you looking for, better yet, did you have a particular reason for seeking out that vehicle?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I haven't asked him, but anybody.
I don't know what the answer's gonna be, but it potentially could.
Let me tighten it up then. Was there a particular person of interest to you based on what you had learned during your investigation up to that point?
Objection called for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you looking for any particular gray Pontiac Bonneville?
There was one particular gray Pontiac Bonneville that I was interested in. Yes.
All right. And who did that Pontiac Bonneville belong to?
It either belonged to or is associated with a man named Javoris Bradford.
Is there a nickname for Javaris Bradford?
Tuda, Tuda.
All right. Now, did you attempt to locate any social media related to Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
I did.
Would you please turn to the jury and tell the jury how you went about locating social media accounts associated with Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
Well, I just searched for him on, probably on Facebook first, because particularly back then it was easier. And I either found him or a family member on Facebook, and then browsing the family member's profile. And this may not be exactly how I did it, because I don't recall exactly how I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. But somehow or another because on Instagram he went by the moniker I'm_living_great at the time. And so basically on probably starting at Facebook, finding family members, fanning out, and then on finding him on Facebook, finding maybe where he screenshot an Instagram page and pasted it to his Facebook. That would be how I would have found his Instagram page somehow. And then, and like I said, his Instagram name was I'm_living_great.
And did he have himself depicted in that Instagram footage?
I'm gonna object, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
What did he have himself depicted in that social media footage or social media information that you saw with any kind of vehicle in particular?
Yes, it was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville.
Right?
It was.
Did you ever discern or gain a number for Tuda? Did you ever learn of a phone number for Tuda?
I did pretty early on, actually.
Where did you get the phone number from for Tuda?
So I testified previously about how I.
Don't talk about your previous testimony. Have you ever testified around this year?
Yes, that was something I said like earlier today.
Okay. So without referring to the fact that you previously testified, just tell the jury.
No, I'm talking about like previous testimony like a few minutes ago.
Okay, go ahead. Tell the jury.
All right. So one of the ways I find jail calls is I go through phone records that I had in the case. And in this case, I had some phone records. And I don't recall whose phone records it was exactly. But I just started running numbers that appeared in the phone records, whether they be numbers that were called by the handset, the records of which I was reviewing, or numbers that called that handset. It didn't matter to me, just whatever. I was running them through the jail call database. And one of those, because like I said, I was trying to get intel. It wasn't just, obviously on the night of the shooting, the murder, I mean, I would expect that the people that committed weren't in the Fulton County Jail, so I obviously wasn't looking for inmates to be saying that they did it.
Okay.
But I was trying to get for intel from people that maybe were being called from inmates. And one of those numbers was 404-957-8008. And I'm flipping through these discs to make sure, to refresh my recollection, to make sure that I'm citing that. Yes, that is right. 404-957-8008 was one of the numbers that appeared in those phone records and that I ran through the jail call database. And on doing so, I did find calls that I deemed relevant that were placed on the night of the homicide from an inmate inside the jail.
So, Madam Court Reporter, and I suspect some of the jurors have informed me that you are speaking a little too fast. Do you mind slowing down and saying what you just said one more time?
Yes, I found a number inside within the phone call logs that were obtained by the Atlanta Police Department for one of the parties of interest, whether it be a person of interest or a witness or a defendant, whoever it may have been. And it didn't matter to me. All I wanted were numbers from the phone numbers of people that may have known something about the homicide and may have been called either on the night of the murder, the day after the murder, 2 days after the murder, whenever they were called.
You're getting really fast again.
All right.
So try to slow down.
All right. And one of those numbers of the many that I ran was 404-957-8008. I ran it through the jail call database and I found that there were 2 calls I was able to retrieve anyway. I think at least 2 that were placed to that number on the night of the murder from an inmate inside the Fulton County Jail. And they were placed after the 8:00 p.m. hour. I think they're maybe between 8 and 9 p.m. that evening.
Now, why did that particular piece of information have any value to your investigation?
What piece of information exactly?
That there were 2 calls made to that number by an inmate at the jail on the night of the murder, around 8, or at the time you specified.
Well, I listened to the calls and it sounded to me like they were talking about the homicide.
All right. So were you able to identify who it was that was inside the jail that was making the call to that number?
I did.
How did you identify who it was inside the jail making the call to 404-957-8008?
Well, I believe, would you like me to say the name?
Well, number one, I would at some point, but hold on before you do. And let me ask you this. If you need to refresh your memory with any part of your report, would you just alert us that you're doing so and go ahead and read whatever you need to read?
Okay.
Do you need to refresh your memory at all?
No.
Okay. How did you learn the name of the person inside the jail?
It was placed from the account of the inmate.
Okay. And how were you able to determine that the persons whose name was on the account is the actual person who's making the call?
Well, I gained familiarity with his voice by listening to other phone calls that the inmate made with persons that were well known to him. And then I later confirmed it by just like listening to the call with the inmate.
Okay.
He affirmed it.
All right. So tell the jury who it was that was inside the jail.
Martinez Arnold.
And does Martinez Arnold, to your knowledge, go by any other name?
Duke.
All right. At the time that Martinez Arnold was inside the jail, and what date was that you are talking about? January?
It was January 10th, the phone call. It was January 10th, 2015.
During that time, do you have any information about what color Mr. Martinez Arnold's ear may have been?
At the time they placed the phone call?
No, around the time of early 2015, do you know whether or not, if you don't, that's fine. Do you know anything about color?
No.
All right. So once you listen to the call, did you attempt to get any more calls made from the Fulton County Jail?
I did. I downloaded a lot of jail calls on this case.
What jail calls, how did you go about deciding which jail calls in this case you were gonna download?
Well, I tend to be over, I'll download because the jail calls don't reside on the server, the Securus Corporation server forever. I try to err on the side of just downloading them. So as I ran those numbers through the Fulton County Jails database, any calls that came back on the numbers from the phone, like the phone records, I just download them. But what would prompt me to pay particular attention to them is if they were placed in close temporal proximity to the homicide. Certainly a call placed like an hour or two after the homicide would be something I'd want to listen to. Also, I downloaded calls of the defendants that they placed following their arrests at the Fulton County Jail. I put those in the file as well.
And at the time that you were looking for the phone number and confirming, you picked up something in front of you. What is it that you have on this stack of items in front of you?
Those are just, I burned all of the jail calls. Not every single jail call that I download during but most of, I tried to confine or memorialize as much as I could to this report that I testified about earlier today. It's 140 pages long. And as I went through the report.
The answer is not responsive to the question.
Listen to the question and try to focus on answering the question that's asked.
I'm also going to object to the relevance of the length of his report.
Sustained.
What is it that those are in front of you?
They're just the jail calls that I testified to downloading and interviews that I conducted. I burned them to disk.
And the one that you picked up, to refresh your memory about the 404-957-8008, would you pick that up?
Okay. There we go.
I'm going to show you. What I have now labeled as 500 watts.
Mhm.
That's the disc that you just.
Yeah, yes, this is a disc that I created yesterday.
Okay.
That's my handwriting. And in fact, I signed the disc, my signature.
Okay.
This is a disc that contains the jail calls, the 404-957-8008 that I downloaded.
Now, when you said that you downloaded it yesterday, do you keep all of the jail calls that you download in a particular case somewhere where you can later copy it to a disk, or how do you put?
They're on a server. My case file, all the case files are on a server. They're all digital. They're just stored on a computer.
Okay. Had the name Javaris Bradford come up in the case file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
And do you recall approximately how long after you received the case file from Detective Thorpe that you became interested in the name Javaris?
It would have been on or around January 10th, 2016, when I found the jail calls that are on State's Exhibit 5004.
I think that's 500Y.
Oh, 500Y, excuse me. All right.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Terrible handwriting. about the name Martinez Arnold? Did you know about that name? Was that name in Detective Thorpe's case file that he gave to you?
That I don't recall. I don't know that. No, I don't recall if he was in the case file or
And
not.
let me ask a better question. At the time you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, was the name Martinez Arnold of any interest to you in this investigation?
I don't recall.
Did you note anywhere in your report whether or not it was?
I'm sure I referenced him in my report insofar as he was the inmate that placed the call that became of interest to me. But as far, I'll just say this: he was in jail on the night of the murder.
Okay. Before downloading those calls, did you know he was in jail on the night of the murder?
I don't know if I knew or not.
Okay. After you downloaded those calls from the night of the murder, did you find any other numbers of interest to you in this investigation?
Numbers.
Phone numbers. Did you find or locate any other phone numbers or persons that were of interest to you?
Yes.
What phone numbers did you find?
Well, yeah, I get it. There was a number. There was a lot of. I mean, I remember doing quite a few search warrants for cell phone numbers and focusing on cell phone numbers or records that had been obtained by the police department.
Okay. So going back to the way you described obtaining information to conduct more investigations, did you follow the practice that you ordinarily follow in terms of search warrants to get more information, to gather or follow up on information you learned?
Yes.
With respect to Spencer Wright, did you ever seek any jail calls from him?
I did.
All right. Now, where did you look to find jail calls from?
For Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't able to look for the jail calls myself for him. They were on a different system because he was at the Atlanta City Jail. So I reached out to someone there and asked them to pull them for me.
So thank you for clarifying that. Is reaching out to someone at a different facility with access to calls you don't have access to something that you did only in this case? Or is that a practice that you follow to get information?
No, I've done that on other cases. That's not uncommon.
And if you slow down and speak into the mic, and to the jury, say that.
Yeah, yes, I've reached out to other facilities, jails and prisons, correctional facilities in the past to obtain calls, recorded calls placed by the inmates that I don't have direct access by way of a login and password at some website.
Okay. And so when you reached out to the Atlanta City Jail, what information were you trying to get if you didn't know or have Spencer Wright's jail calls or phone number? What were you trying to get?
I just wanted to see what Spencer Wright, I wanted to hear, I should say, what Spencer Wright was saying to people after his arrest in October 2015.
And did you ask for a specific time frame of calls or just all the calls? What did you ask?
From what I recall, I asked for all the calls that had been made from his account since the beginning of his incarceration at the Atlanta City Jail. And then I believe I also had a few phone numbers that I wanted to run, that I asked them to run queries specifically in the event that he utilized another inmate's account to call that number.
So that's interesting. So when you say in the event he utilized another inmate's phone number, where did you get the phone numbers that you wanted them to run to see if he was using another inmate's phone number?
That I don't remember. I did probably just phone numbers that they're probably just it may have been the same phone numbers that I ran through the Fulton County jail database. Not knowing who Mr. Wright knew or he didn't know, I'm sure I just thought, just out of curiosity, run all these numbers. Maybe I had a phone number for a family member that I found.
Did you follow the same procedure you used in all of your other uninvited homicides?
I
In
did.
terms of running those numbers?
I did.
All right. Did you have jail calls, since this was 2016 that you're looking for these? Did you have jail calls for Spencer Wright that went back into 2015?
I believe so. Yes, I did. I did.
And did you find a phone number? And if you don't recall, let me know and I'll refer you to your report. And I can actually, so that it is preserved for the record. Just go with this. I'm gonna label Your Honor just for the purposes of the record. 501 Yankee Romeo. And it's a report that we have previously provided to council for its item, and we look at it here.
Would this take a time for our morning break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take our morning break. All right, we'll take our recess. Miss Love, I've seen Mr. Scheid back, so now might be a good, he's not in the courtroom right now, but he's stepped in a couple of times, so that you might want to see if you can grab him. Okay.
And then, Your Honor, when we come back, can I just have a
Gosh,
brief moment?
hang on, because I would,
This is off the record. I don't need it.
can, we were trying to adjust. Is it something we can do once we come back? All right, let's do that. Good.
Attorney Hilton a moment ago.
Okay.
There's a gentleman outside, his name is Mr. Bush, it's spelled B-U-S-C-H. And he mentioned to me that he drove to your courthouse. He did not take his medication. He has a spinal issue. He's on prescription medication.
Okay.
He was subpoenaed last night by the DA's office, told to be here at 9. He came even though, the 24 hours wasn't complied with. But I
Right.
spoke with Ms. Hilton, if, just as a courtesy, if he's not going to be called or used, he'd like to go home, take the medication and sleep in bed.
You went outside the hallway, he's out there, so I'm waiting to see where he went. So he wasn't in the hallway a few seconds.
All right, so is that somebody you plan to call today?
We probably did release him, so that's all I'm talking to see where he is, if he's in that condition.
Okay,
For the first one.
all right. Anything else? I guess we need Ms. Love back for the witness testimony. So do you want to, and is Mr. Sprinkle available? Still, okay. All right, are we ready for the jury? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's get Mr. Sprinkle and the jury, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Sprinkle, would you refer to page 13 of your report? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just read over it and look up when you refresh your memory.
Okay.
All right. So did you gather phone calls from Mr. Wright that were going back as far as 2015?
Yes,
And would you tell the jury if they went back as far as November 5th, 2015?
they did go back as far as November 5th, 2015, because I obtained a call to Mr. Wright Place on November 5th, 2015.
Now, how many calls did you obtain from Mr. Wright, if you know?
The total number of calls, I do not know. I did put them on the disc though. So the disc would obviously have all the calls that I ran, but it would be over a dozen.
Over a dozen?
It'd be, I believe, well over a dozen, actually.
And if you have that disc, would you pull that out?
Sure, let's see. Here we go, right here.
All right, and we'll label this disc 501. Do you know how many calls you listened to of Spencer Wright?
Several. I'm
Okay.
sure of one that was of particular interest to me, though.
And was that the first call that you listened to, or did you have to listen to more than one before you got to that call?
I don't recall. I likely, unless I got real lucky, had to listen to several calls before I found that one.
Now, tell the jury, without detailing the content of the call itself, what date the call was that you found,
November 5th, 2015,
and what number was the call made to?
404-406-7784.
And is 501 Yankee the disc that you just gave to me that you said you downloaded the calls
Yes, this is
made
the,
by Spencer Wright?
yes, this is the disc that contains the calls that I requested from the Atlanta City Jail, the jail calls, the recorded calls placed from either Mr. Wright or numbers that of which I was curious.
After you listened to the call, did you say what time that call was made on November 5th, 2015?
1:28 p.m.
And was that in, when you say 128, did you list it, is it listed on the recording or the CD as 128 or in military hours 1328?
It's likely 1328
Okay,
on the actual timestamp, but probably there's a second value in there as well.
okay. And was the call between, were you able to tell if it was Mr. Wright on the call?
I was able to tell, yes.
And was Mr. Wright speaking with a man or a woman?
He's speaking with a man.
And without saying what either person said, are you able to tell the jury the subject of the call?
The subject of the call was
Honor calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
the subject of the call was Mr. Wright talking about what he.
Well,
Okay, don't say
let's-
what he's talking about. Don't say it. Without saying what anyone said, let me be more specific. Was the
All right,
was the subject of the call Mr. Wright's presence on scene at Donovan Thomas's home?
Your Honor, calls for
Yes,
hearsay
sustained,
and leading.
yes.
Your Honor,
Yes,
so I'll ask this question, and if it's an objection, but did they talk about Don Nutt in the call?
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained.
Your Honor, given that I'm not asking him anything for which I'm offering the truth of the matter asserted. And it's a subject. I don't think that it's hearsay.
Okay, well, appreciate that you don't think so.
So don't take that as a, not gonna be-
Correct.
All right. So after you listened to that call on November 5th, 2015, 1:28 p.m., between Mr. Wright and the person he called at 404-406-7784, did you endeavor to locate the person to whom Mr. Wright was speaking in that call?
Yes, well, my first endeavor was to figure out who had that number, and then I asked David White, investigator David White, to locate him and speak to him.
All right. So back up a little bit. You said you endeavored to find out who had that number,
I did.
and was that the number ending in 7784?
That's correct.
And did you take the steps that you described for the jury earlier that you take in trying to determine what number belongs to what person?
I don't know if I went into great detail about that. I mean, there's numerous ways to figure out who a cell phone number belongs to. I believe here, I found that somebody on Instagram posted that number in comments that were publicly visible as their number. In other words, there was an Instagram user that said, "Contact me at this number,"
Okay,
in a comment section of a post.
all right.
And then through perusing their Instagram profile, I eventually found enough biographical information, like today is my birthday. I don't know if that's specifically what happened here. It suffices to say that I found enough publicly available information about the person who posted that 7784 number as their own to figure out who they were.
And who did you have David White locate after you saw that Instagram information?
Are you saying the person I identified as posting that number as their own?
Yes.
The name was Jacquees. First name spelled Jocquuise. Smalls. Last name spelled Smalls.
And did you find a date of birth for Jacquees Small?
September 27th, 1988.
Do you remember whether Investigator White was able to locate Mr. Small?
From what I remember, he spoke to him on the phone.
Did you ever personally speak with him?
No, I don't think I ever did.
Did you listen to the phone call, or did you have David White record the phone call with Mr. Smalls?
Investigator White recorded it.
And did you listen to it?
I did.
All right.
Can I interrupt you just for a minute and have counsel come out to the bench? It doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing right now. kind of time sensitive matter that we need to deal with. So I'm gonna excuse y'all into the jury room for what may be a few minutes. And if it ends up being an early lunch, I'll send word, but it may just be a few minutes. So I'm just gonna excuse y'all for now. Thank you. All right, does anybody know where where the state go? Can you ask anybody from the state to come back in for a second? Hey, just any of you. I just, so one thing we need to do is locate Mr. Scheib, and I don't know that we have his direct number, but I'm sure somebody does. Oh, okay, great. All right, so y'all need to get something together.
Yes.
And it sounds like within the hour, Mr. Zachary will be over here. And I
Yes,
don't
and we would,
know if you want to, you had mentioned earlier having a doctor talk to the court or something. I don't know if that's something you still want to do or.
no, not
Okay.
considering that he's being released. It was for the purpose of discerning.
Whether he could be,
Yes.
okay. All right, so I don't know, can we leave to Miss Hilton or another member of your team to get all of that in place and continue with this witness right now? Or,
Yes, she is doing that, and whatever the court instructs regarding that. I know you wanted to hear from Mr. Scheib. I didn't know if you wanted to hear from him before.
I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib.
No, I mean in terms of the agreement.
Again, I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib unless y'all can't come to an agreement as to whatever the terms are gonna be. If you can, great, just present it and I'll sign it.
Okay.
So if Ms. Hilton's handling that, then I'm happy to just continue on with this witness with the jury.
So she is out there talking to him, Your Honor, because of course that I'll be the person examining Mr. Zachary, and I'd just like to speak with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Scheib just quickly for a second, since they're out
All
there.
right, if it's a second, it's one, that's fine. If it's gonna be that I need to send the jury to lunch, you know.
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think he'll be.
All right, take a couple of minutes and come back and report. And I know we just took a break, but if anybody needs to run to the restroom, you're welcome to right now. Okay, I don't know if we've got, all right, let's discontinue the bathroom break as soon as we get the next person back. So, I mean, that's fine. We don't, we're missing, one of the defendants just went to the bathroom, so you have a few more minutes, but with.
Okay, Your Honor, so Mr. Shive, I believe, is on a Zoom call, so he's discussing what we talked about with Ms. Hilton. And, I just inquired the court, since we are getting into the area that would sort of constitute where I'd need to reference the next witness's, statements that he made before I ask questions about that. Would the court give us any idea of what time the court will be willing to stop for lunch? Or is it noon? Because we can keep going to whenever.
So I would like to be able to put Mr. Zachary on the stand as soon as he gets here. And so if he's gonna get here within the hour, then we could either do a really quick lunch right now and then take him, or we can do a late lunch after his testimony. But how long do you think his testimony is gonna be?
His testimony is gonna be.
The rest of the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, maybe we just take a quick lunch now,
Okay.
and then by the time we get back from lunch, hopefully he'll be here. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
I just wanted the court's direction, that's all, in
Okay.
terms of, because I didn't want to take Mr. Sprinkle like all the way through to the point where he's here and then we break for lunch and he's out there. And
No, I agree. I don't want him, once he's here, I'd like to go ahead and start his testimony, not say, well, it's nice that you're here, but we're breaking for lunch. So let's just break for a really early lunch right now. And you said you think he'll be here, or I don't know if you said that, the estimate from the sheriff's office is within,
1 hour.
okay. So why don't we, it's 10 after 11, why don't we break till 10 quarter after 12?
That's fine for me. And if he's not here by that time, I don't have a problem continuing with Mr.
All right.
Sprinkle until he gets here.
Okay, so if one of the deputies can just let the jury, since I told them it might happen anyway, let them know they're on break till 12:15. Miss Love, you can get hopefully whatever you're gonna get in place with regard to an immunity order. And I guess you technically need to give me the motion too, but it's sort of been acknowledged in open court by Mr. Shive that his client is gonna plead the fifth otherwise. So I understand there's a basis for needing it.
And I'll say it so, Your Honor, if he decides to, notwithstanding the immunity agreement, refuse, I'll speak about it with Mr. Shive, because
He might get taken into custody.
and not by.
Hmm?
And the state should not be.
Excuse me.
So if, so then I'll say
Get to the microphone and then speak.
it's premature, I believe, to speak on this, but I'll just say that I would ask that the court, if Mr. I don't know what Mr. Zachary is going to do when he gets here, given everything that we've heard, but so I'll just actually wait and see. But as it relates to if there is an immunity agreement in place, we are asking, and he does not testify, we would be asking that the court send him into custody and until he purges himself of contempt of court, if the court signs the order.
Normally how an immunity.
It is,
agreement
but there's
works.
also the concern about keeping him at the jail, and there was that.
I don't know, maybe there are other alternatives. I don't know. Okay, all right, we're on lunch break till 12:15.
these new chicken finger tacos. One's smothered with creamy chipotle ranch, and one's got avocado.
90 clients need a lot of care. They're shocked. Some of them never had accidents in their lives. Here they are.
We do, and having technical difficulties. She has been trying to email it and print it for the last
30 minutes and she is scrambling because she said email is not working and the printer is not working. She just sent word. Lieutenant.
All right. I don't know why it continues to be so cold in here. I keep adjusting it and it just doesn't change. It gets colder, I think, instead of warmer.
Yeah, bring it on a thumb drive or anything. So once I'm not.
Well, no, but everybody else does.
I just asked her to bring it over on a thumb drive, because if we can't print, if we can't email, for whatever reason, from her computer, will the court, look at it and the court can print it? Or someone here can print it. Then we can have it. She can do that.
That's fine. So this is something that Mr. Scheib has seen and approved of?
It is, but
Okay.
what we're sending to the process.
Okay. Order.
No, and I'm just.
They can't print it or email it apparently. Do you have it electronically on? Right, I just wondered if Mr. Scheib might have it on his email, on his phone, and then he could maybe try to email it to us and we could print it. Okay. That's fine. Oh, okay. That's either very retro or very forward of you, one or the other. You've got good assistance. Okay. I don't know why it's so old. Yes, I thought you said cold because it's that too. Sure, I can look at at least that. I mean, I assume I know pretty much the motion's gonna say what y'all presented orally in court. Okay. Want us to file this into the record or?
We were just asking it be filed under seal, that's all.
Do you want it filed under seal? I mean, what's the basis for filing it under seal?
I've actually never had one of these done.
Okay.
You got a week. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's normally,
Normally it
It
occurs
doesn't
prior
matter.
to the person, basically walking into court to testify.
Your Honor, I am not speaking for Ms. Love or Mr. Schott. For myself, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I would like a copy of the order granting immunity.
It's fine. And unless if somebody wants to vocalize a reason it needs to be filed under seal, I don't intend to have it filed under seal,
that's,
given the, circumstances of,
I'm not asking it to be filed. under seal.
okay.
that's fine. And I wasn't trying to keep a copy from the defense. I'm actually bringing the electronic copy for everybody to have.
I don't have it.
And when you can, I'd like to
There it
discuss
goes.
the rules. Since I'm his lawyer, am I gonna be permitted to object if they badger him, if?
No,
Just.
no.
is he
You're
gonna-
here so that if he wants to consult with you,
Okay, and I was gonna ask that,
but
if
yeah,
he wants to
no.
consult
I
with me.
mean, you're not a party to the case,
Well,
so you don't.
and
get
I just
make
wanted to make
those
sure I was
kind of
clear on that.
objections. Okay,
And then, but he can consult with me anytime if he wants to stop.
yes,
And I just wanna make sure he knows that.
all right. Came through. It just basically says the state's spoken with Mr. Shy regarding the immunity agreement attached as a motion for the order and a proposed order. And it says we're asking it be filed under seal, which we've already dealt with and I'm denying. So I will print out the motion and the proposed order. Is that the order? Have you been open? Of this signed, okay. That's fine. I think we can do that from here.
I do have a request of the court. Contrary to insinuations that have been made today, I have no idea what's about to happen. However, if Mr. Zachary is not going to answer any questions, which strikes me as a possibility, I think we should determine what Mr. Zachary is going to do in his condition and everything else before the jury comes out.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
His condition, his pleasure. I don't.
No, I know what you mean by his condition. What do you mean by, I think we should determine what he's gonna do in his condition?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. But if he's going to refuse to answer questions, I don't believe that that would be appropriate for that refusal to occur in front of the jury. And I don't know if he's going to do that or not. Let me be clear.
Your Honor,
Yes.
actually what is, and we had this happen with another witness, and what has been, I know that what is the case law is that if the state has the opportunity to sit there and ask questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, it's not a pleading of the fifth and that causes a mistrial. It's if the state is allowed to put testimony in essence in front of the jury in the form of leading questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, and the defense does not have an opportunity to properly question or elicit any answers from that person, that's when the problem arises, not when the words "I plead the fifth" come out of their mouth. So we would ask that Mr. Zachary be allowed to be brought in just like any other witness, not be pre-questioned, and that the state be allowed to begin its examination.
All right. Mr. Scheib, you've just recently talked to your client, and you have, I presume, discussed with him the immunity agreement that you all have entered into. Is that correct generally? All right. And so in the course of that, you would have talked to him about the fact that once an immunity agreement is in place, the pleading the fifth assertion is not basically applicable anymore. And does he understand that at this point, if he says, I plead the fifth, that he may get taken to jail and held until he decides to testify? Okay. And has he given you any indication that once brought out to testify, he is nonetheless going to still plead the fifth?
Your Honor, I object to Mr. Scheib.
All right.
I object to Mr. Scheib putting on the record representation about what his client is going to say. I would ask that the court allow the state to question the witness and under oath and it be brought out here.
Go ahead, Mr. Shaw.
That's fine, just also questioning or, you know, also, he's under, he's taking narcotics, so that's in his system, so something else we're gonna have to deal with.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Tribe saying that. Having to deal with someone on narcotics that's gonna claim to not remember anything is quite honestly ridiculous. If he's going to testify, he needs to testify. If he's not and just going to say, I don't recall anything, then we're not going to be able to cross-examine him. If he's going to say, oh, I'm too high to answer questions, that's not effective opportunity to confront a witness. And so I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what any of this is, but if we're going to call a witness to the stand, he needs to be able to answer questions. If he can't, then I'm not able to cross-examine.
So, Ms. Love, I know that we all discussed earlier the possibility of you needing to have a doctor come give us some information about what
Your Honor,
impact anything in his system might have.
actually, Your Honor, what I had asked the court to do was to get or meet with the doctor and find out his status and his ability to actually be released and come down. This was done without.
Okay, and
He
just
was
to be clear, that never happened, okay, so that's not confusing on the record, because we found out before you ever even were able to set anything like that up, that he was about to be released and on his way over here, right?
That was what I was attempting to say
Okay.
too slowly. So yes, Judge, I don't think that there's any need to talk to a doctor because he was released
Okay, so
before all of that happened.
if he comes out and he says, I am high as a kite, I'm on whoever knows what, and, you know, beats me, I'm just loopy, that may or may not be true, right? I mean, I don't know what he's actually on. I don't know what his condition actually is. I don't know if he is on something, what impact that might have on his ability to testify. And I am not necessarily going to take his word for whether he is in a mental state to be able to testify. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, Your Honor, and since that was not the reason that I was asking the court to meet with the doctor, I will, if the court will inform me a moment.
Okay, but we have been Mr. Scheib, when did you first bring all of this to our attention? Was it Monday, Tuesday? It was early this week, right? I mean, hadn't we been discussing this all week?
I was in the hospital, and then they told me what's going on, they told me what he's been taking, on and on, taking intensive care and all that.
At least several days ago, you alerted everybody to this.
Judge, and that's why we had someone go to the hospital, and that's why we had someone speak to the doctor, and that is why we had, we brought the representation that we did to the court, and the representation has been presented to the court regarding what Mr. Zachary is, or any impact what medicine he is taking would have on him and his ability to be harmed or to testify, and that was none. And Your Honor, frankly,
That was one person's version, was none.
IHG1 Rewards, 19 hotel brands, one loyalty program that lets you guess how you guessed.
Freddy's Grilled Cheese Steak Burger is back. Try it with a side of our new tots. Dine in or order online.
Been a series of events that we have put on the record. There's been no indication that Mr. Zachary is going to be unable to come in here and testify. He was released before we were even able to check on his status. Your Honor, he would not, and Grady has been apprised of what he is being released for. We know because we have had investigators down there. So the court may or may not have been privy or may have seen
transcripts of other witnesses who lose all memory with the state, and it comes back when the defense starts asking questions. I don't know what kind of antics, as we have been apprised that Mr. Zachary doesn't want to testify, and his father wanted to or did call Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know what he's going to say, but Your Honor, I believe that he should not be allowed to hamstring, to hijack these proceedings by asserting things that are not.
Okay, so I think we have a fairly good indication through his attorney that he is potentially going to come out here and say some version of, I'm so messed up on whatever drugs they've given me that beats me. I mean, you're an elephant. So then how are you going to deal with that?
Your Honor, as Mr. Shive did not relay that to me, and I don't
Well,
think
he
related
just
to.
relayed
No,
it to everybody in front of you. So
I'm not-
you heard it too. And it's been a possibility that he has relayed several times as well earlier this week.
Your Honor,
Yes?
the doctor is on the phone. How about that? That's what we have. We have the doctor on the phone. Let me get the doctor on the
I
phone.
I don't know
He's on the phone.
what his review will be on.
We have it.
He has a great deal of anxiety, and that's one of the scenarios he could go into crisis with his.
Anxiety, yes.
He's had this for 30 years and been built up, quite frankly, he's an addict. He takes oxycontin every day. And he can't take morphine because he's addicted or he's. He just can't take that, but he's been on drugs for 30 years. He's been in and out of intensive care.
Okay. Thank you.
We have the doctor on the phone, Your Honor. We,
Okay, yeah. Is everybody gonna accept that this is his Grady doctor on the phone?
I think you need to have, what needs to happen is, under the law, he needs to give consent for her to have a conversation with him.
You have been having conversations with his doctor and the state for the last several days, so I assumed that was with his consent. Am I wrong?
It is, but I don't know.
Okay.
If it is for this man to give further information, he has to give consent. I'm not.
So it's been a minute by minute consent that you have had with him for the state to communicate with his doctor about his condition, Mr. Shad? Has it? Has it?
The doctor says, right now, I can give you information as to what has happened.
I'm asking about the understanding that you have of Mr. Zachary's consent to let the state communicate with his doctor about his condition.
The other day. I don't know, he needs to come out and at least put it on the record, hey, I consent, we need to find out who the doctor is. I don't know who's on there.
That was my point, is I have no idea who's on the phone. That was my point. How about a Zoom call?
that's what we're trying to establish. We have his email address. The doctor's email address is.
Well, you don't need to put his email address on the record. You don't need to put his email address on the record. I'm not emailing him.
I'm not gonna give it to his person. I don't need his email address, I need his name.
He gave oral consent a few days ago to a doctor that he knew. I don't know
Oh.
who this is.
What is the doctor's name to whom he gave consent to speak about his condition?
He needs to give consent to it.
You are his lawyer. What is the doctor's name to whom he gave oral consent to speak to the state about his medical condition?
I think they had a doctor on the phone. I think the doctor that I spoke to. That I personally spoke to, his last name is Marthamedi. That's who I spoke to, face to face.
Okay, thank you.
Person who's on the phone.
Oh. Okay, well, until he is in person on, virtually in person on Zoom, that everybody can be a part of.
And I would ask
Yeah,
him
could we
on
not
the
have
spot,
this
I need y'all to not talk at the same time. I cannot pay attention to both of you at the same time. Okay? Hang on, Mr. Shaw. What are you asking?
That this doctor's conversation and communication not be televised.
Let me ask Mr. Scheib, because he's representing Mr. Zachary's interests with regard to this. And I do think that it would be appropriate, if requested, to not have this televised, because we're talking about somebody's personal medical information. Okay. Y'all need to not record this. So is the doctor joining us by Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Either on Monday or Tuesday with the doctor.
Pick it up. Pick up the mic. I can hear you, but not everybody can.
Hear me now.
You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, now we can.
On what?
Just hold it up to your mouth.
Okay. First one,
Hold it
either
closer.
Monday or Tuesday, when the doctor was in the room, my
Yeah.
client verbally said, you can tell my lawyer what's going on. The second scenario was when the DA's office and investigator was in his room and on the phone, and my client gave him oral consent to tell him what was going on to that point.
Okay. All right, well then, I'm not sure that we have his consent to talk to this doctor currently about what's going on.
Then, Your Honor, if he doesn't give his consent, I think he just needs to
All right, so
come out and take a stand. I mean, I don't know why.
let's admit, get Mr. Zachary out at this point. We'll have him take the stand. He'll be able to see Dr. Bethina. I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Bethina into the Zoom.
And Your Honor, no one is recording, right? I know the court said not to, but I just wanted to be sure. That
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna jump to a different witness right now, and we'll circle back to the other witness later. Mr. Zachary, can you please stand and be sworn?
There's Zach, Quindarius, Zachary, Zachary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. How are you? Mr. Zachary, hello.
I gotta speak back.
Yes, you're gonna have to answer questions.
You said question, not speak back, but hey, how you doing?
Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
31.
And where did you grow up?
Atlanta,
What part of Atlanta, Mr. Zachary?
Cleveland Avenue,
Where did you go to school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary,
And middle school?
Crawford Lawn.
Did you graduate?
No,
What was the highest grade you completed?
8th, 7-1.
Mr. Zachary, do you know any of the persons in the courtroom today?
Nah,
None of them.
nope.
Mr. Zachary, let me ask you this. Do you know Shannon Stillwell?
Yeah,
Do you not see him in the courtroom today?
I can't see. I just got to the hospital. You know that. I can't see that far.
All right, do you need some glasses, Mr.?
And they got medicine in the name work for me.
Mr. Zachary, were you present a moment ago when the court heard from your doctor?
Yeah.
And did you get your doctor to say anything?
You ain't ask what I'm not with you.
Sustained is to bolster.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as case exhibit 123 Echo. Do you recognize the person that has been depicted in case exhibit 123 Echo?
Yeah,
Who is this person?
Shannon.
And I'm gonna play you what has been already admitted as 123 Echo. Mr. Zachary, while we are pulling that up, are you familiar with the person by the name of
Jeffrey Williams, who also answers to the name Young Thug?
Yeah,
How long have you known him?
15 years.
15 years?
Yeah.
Do you consider him your friend?
Yeah,
All right. And the relationship with him that you have had, has it been good, bad, something in the middle?
it's all right.
All right. Now, when you say all right, does that mean you all have had no disagreements during the time that you've known him?
Everybody has disagreement.
I agree. Would you consider him a friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. What does that mean for you?
Cool.
You're cool?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Nah,
You've never heard of Kelvin Watts?
nickname.
Shell Kel, do you know a Shell Kel?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you known him?
I don't know him like that.
I didn't say how long.
I
how you
don't know him
him.
like that.
How long have you known of Shell Kel?
Like 2015.
All right. Are you cool with Shell Kel?
No.
All right. Now you chuckled. Why did you chuckle? Yes.
Cool.
Exhibit displayed on the screen, are we gonna use that exhibit or just?
I'm
Okay.
going.
You actually said you were gonna publish it
Yes.
as a, I don't know if it's what it is, a video?
It's
or-
a video that has
Okay. Are
already
you
been
ready for that?
In a moment, Your Honor, I was just completing the questions that I asked.
Can you take it off until we're ready for it? Sorry.
Why did you chuckle when you said Shell, when I asked you about Shell Cal?
I just chuckled. What's the problem?
No, Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
So you said you're not cool with Shell Cal. Is that what you said?
I don't know him to be cool with him.
What about Kenneth Copeland? Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland?
Nickname?
Woody.
Yeah.
How long have you known Woody?
Like 10, 12 years, something like that.
And are you cool with Woody?
He all right.
What does he all right mean?
He cool, he all right.
Okay. What about Diamante Kendrick, Yak Gotti? You know him?
Yeah, he all right.
And is that the same he all right that you mentioned with Mr. Williams and Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right. Montun or Antonio Sledge, is he all right too?
Montun?
Yes.
Yeah, he all right.
Okay. How long have you known Montun?
Like 20-something years.
All right. Demekion Garlington. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
All right. And how long have you known him?
20 years.
All right. And what is your relationship with him? Is he all right?
Yeah.
You cool? Okay. Now, do you have people, friends that you consider more cool or I than others?
Nah.
No?
Really. Not really.
Okay. So are you equally eyed with Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Demekion Garlington, and Antonio Sledge?
Yeah.
Do you know Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley?
He dead, ain't
I don't know, Mr. Zachary.
he? His name Bentley?
Yes.
Yeah, I think something happened to him. I don't know.
You don't know whether you know him? Do you know a Demise McMullen?
No.
Do you know a Nard?
Picture?
I'm asking you first. Do you know a Nard?
Yeah, I know a couple of them.
All right. Now, the couple of them that you know, where do you know them from?
Prison.
All right. So if I show you a photograph, that I will mark 503 Yankee, can you tell the jury whether this picture that I'm holding in front of you depicts Nard?
I don't know.
Did you write anything on it?
Look like my name, but I don't know.
Is that your handwriting?
No.
That's not your handwriting?
No.
Okay. Do you remember seeing this picture before?
2015, I can't remember that.
Okay. But you remember knowing Mr. Stillwell in 2015?
You just showed me a clear picture of him.
I understand. You remember knowing him in 2015.
You showed me a clear picture of him.
Can you answer the question?
You showed me a clear picture of him.
So you remember part of 2015?
No, you showed me a clear picture of him.
Mr. Zachary, please answer the question.
If I didn't answer the question, you showed me a clear picture of him. That picture just showed me one clear.
All right, Mr. Zachary, listen, she's not asking you now about the picture. She's asking you about something different. So listen to what she's asking and try to answer.
Yeah, I remember 2015.
You do remember 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and play the video that we previously had up on the screen that the court asked us to take down.
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga, get your bitch ass shit. Yeah. Hey, gang, you bring your pussy out here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck.
Mr. Zachary, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you seated in that video?
in the back.
All right. And were you behind Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right. Did you hear what you said?
What I said?
Did you hear what you said?
No.
All right. Can we play that again?
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga, get your bitch ass shit. Yeah. Hey, gang, you bring your pussy out here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck.
Did you hear what you said then?
Can't come to the line.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say,
Down under, we love our yogurt, especially when it's made with heaps of real blueberries and 100% whole milk. Noosa yogurt. It's seriously tasty. And I'm seriously lightheaded. The industrial grade products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
okay?
That's what y'all told me, said.
Okay. Mr. Zachary, I don't want to know what anyone told you. I want to know what your understanding of what is.
That's my
being said.
understanding, yes.
That is BLACK.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard BLATT?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard SLATT?
I heard of, yeah.
Okay. Ever used it?
No.
Ever been around anybody that used it?
Probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember how they used it if you heard them? No? Okay. I'm going to now show you. Actually, could you tell the jury all the people that were displayed in that video you just saw? Do you need to see it again?
I just saw me and Shannon.
Okay, did you see it? You didn't see a third person in there?
I saw a third person, but I don't know who that is.
Do you remember when that video was taken?
2015.
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
In the car.
Where? What city?
Atlanta.
All right. And do you know what it is that you all were talking about?
Say something about game or something.
Mm-hmm. What about game?
I just heard her say game. Can't come to Atlanta, something like that.
And so did you hear yourself or anyone say YSL for life?
I heard it, but I don't know who said it.
Okay. Did you ask anyone on the video what that means, what you're talking about?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you, if at any time in that car, you said, what do you mean YSL for life?
No.
Okay.
I probably was high. I probably ain't paying attention at that time.
Did you hear yourself talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you sound high to yourself?
What?
Did you sound high?
I'm saying the video I probably will. We made the video.
All right, Mr. Zachary. I'm going to show you what has been marked as an admitted, and this is a screenshot, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 441 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who are displayed in 441 Yankee screenshot?
Yes.
Who is that displayed in 441 Yankee?
Me and Mootson.
Good filthy ass nigga. We ain't really going back real nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what you hate. Kel, fuck you nigga, Kel. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Did you hear what was being said in the video?
Yes.
Now, who is the Kel that is being referred to?
It say, I don't know.
Do you remember the Kel you told the jury you were not cool with a few minutes ago?
Yeah,
Is that the same Kel or different?
probably was.
Probably.
Probably was him. I don't remember.
Do you remember making that video?
Yes,
When did you make it?
I like 2014, 2014, 2015, something like that.
Would it have been the latter part of 2014?
Yes.
And when you were holding the guns up to the camera, what were you meaning to show?
Shoot, gun. I showed it, gun.
Why were you showing?
I don't know. Shoot, probably high.
Why were you saying the things you were saying to Kel?
I said something to him.
Why was whatever you all were doing on that video being done?
I don't think I said that to him personally.
Why were you all shooting that video?
I don't know. I was just in the video.
With guns?
Yeah.
To the camera? How often do you do that?
A lot.
And do you do it at everybody or just Kel?
Did I say something to him in that video?
Do you point guns at a video, in a video to everyone or just Kel?
Probably everyone. Most of my pictures gonna be with gun.
Okay. When you say most of your pictures are with guns, are most of your pictures also with members of YSA?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. I'm gonna, no. I'm gonna show you what has been marked, my apologies, as 477 Yankee. Would you take a look at 477 Yankee?
Yes, I said.
All right. Can you see, without telling the jury out loud, the name at the top?
YSLD. Oh,
And can you see the caption at the bottom? Don't read it out loud at all.
yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this post?
yes.
And how do you recognize this post? Where was it made?
A little like club.
And where was this post placed on social media?
Look like Instagram.
Was it your Instagram account?
Yeah.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your Instagram account?
Yes.
State tenders 477 Yankee.
It's admitted.
We're gonna permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you. And if Ms. Knight, you would blow up the bottom portion. Mr. Zachary, would you tell us what time and date is shown on that photograph, 477 Yankee?
I can see it.
If I put it before you here, can you see it right there?
7:02 p.m. February 26, 2015.
All right. And can you see if I hold it here, what caption is under that post?
Yes, say that out.
Now you can see it.
You remember how you need to sleep on us.
What else does it say?
YSL thug on one.
All right. And if you would, Ms. Knight, bring the photograph down. Would you please tell the jury who is shown in this photograph from left to right as Ms. Knight puts the icon over each face? Who is that?
Mr. William.
All right. And what else do you call him?
Thug.
And who is that in the middle?
Monton.
All right. And who is that on the end?
Me.
All right. Now, is there an emoji after Thugger one?
I can't see. You gotta show
I'm
me.
gonna bring it up again. Can you see it on here? Ms. Knight, can you blow up? Rico?
Like a bird.
It looks like a bird.
Yeah.
Blow it up, Ms. Knight. I'll blow it. That's as far as it goes. Does it look like a snake at all?
No, I look like a little green rubber duck.
Do you typically use green rubbery duckies?
I use green anything.
What's special about green to you?
I drink green lean.
Okay. Do you use other green emojis?
Hearts.
All right. And do you use red emojis?
Everybody use the red heart.
Do you, why didn't you answer the same way about everybody uses green hearts?
You said, why I use them? You ain't asked me about nobody else.
So do you use red hearts?
Yes.
Do you use any other emojis like that in your post?
I use every emoji on the emoji app.
Now, the name YSL, how long have you had that as your Instagram handle? YSL will do.
Like 2015, 2014.
And do you know how long Mookton has had a handle YSL too?
I don't know.
When you first started using YSL Lil D, what did you mean for it to represent?
Shoot. What you mean? Like, what I meant for what it meant?
What did it mean when you started using the name YSL Lil D?
I was hanging around. That's around the time I changed my name. I was going to show Mr. Williams stuff. That's when I changed my name to YSL for like the record label.
For the record label? What shows were you going to Mr. Williams?
A lot of them.
A lot of them. Had you, before going to shows with Mr. Williams, had you gone to those type of shows before with anyone else?
Not with nobody performing, no.
Okay. So are those shows that you remember because you hadn't done it before?
Yes.
All right. So what was the first show you went to with Mr. Williams?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember when it was? No. All right. So do you know a person by the name of Bubba or that calls himself YSL?
No.
I'm going to ask you, have you ever made a post, I just bought some new guns and got rid of some friends you don't want to live my life? Under the name YSL Lil D.
I don't know. That's a fool. I don't know. I don't know.
You said that's a what one?
A fool?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What is a, did you say fool?
Yeah. Caption. I probably would have said something like that.
Okay. What would it have meant if you said something like that?
Exactly what he said.
Explain further.
Exactly what he said.
All right. And when you say exactly what it said, what does getting some new guns and getting rid of some friends have to do with you?
Shoot, I don't know. I probably heard it in the song.
What song?
I said I probably heard it in the song.
Now, do you remember when you got your first gun?
I like 14.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 504 Yankee. States Exhibit 504 Yankee. Is that the post that you made? You got to say yes or no out loud.
Yeah.
All right. Do Do you remember when you made it?
I don't even remember the picture.
But do you remember the post?
It's on my page.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your page?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 504 Yankee.
Admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, have you ever heard of of a group called 30D?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what is 30D?
A group from Canterville.
What kind of group?
I don't know.
Do you know who I was a part of that group?
No.
Was the Mickey Young Darlington a part of that group?
She probably will.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as 476 Yankee. Do you recognize the photograph shown in 476 Yankee?
Yeah.
Do you recognize whose page is posted on?
Yeah.
Whose page is it posted on?
Mine.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the posting on your page?
Yeah.
State tenders 476 Yankee.
Admitted.
On 476 Yankee, could you read at the bottom the time and date that it was made?
10:04 p.m. May the 6th, 2015.
All right.
Got locked up.
What now?
No.
You said you got locked up that day?
Yeah.
What'd you get locked up for?
A gun.
Where was that gun?
What you mean? What was it?
Where was the
It was on me
Where on you?
in the car.
Who were you in the car with?
I don't remember.
Were you in the car with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
And were her initials SG?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you dated SG at that time?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did you have?
I don't even remember. I just know I had a gun.
Do you know how many guns you bought over the years?
I don't know.
Where were you when you got locked up?
On Cleveland.
Do you remember where on Cleveland?
At the BP.
All right. Is it the BP at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the address.
Do you remember at some point asking or meeting Detective Gaither after you got arrested at that BP?
No.
Do you remember ever talking to or meeting a detective then?
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mickey Young Darlington auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I answered that in struck from the record.
You say how I know?
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
Yeah, he told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gaither?
You say how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
Okay. Have you ever sat in an interview room with her?
Yes.
All right. And have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis and Detective?
Yes.
Do you know how many times you sat in the room with Detective Dennis and Detective Dennis?
Not that many.
Was it after you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue?
No, it was not.
Was it before?
No, it was way after.
Oh, okay, so it was way after, okay. Was it in 2015?
Yes.
Was it in August of 2015?
Yes.
Did you ask to speak with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis?
No. What the hell? Call 911 and you speak to the police?
Were you incarcerated in August of 2015?
Yes.
Were you in jail when you asked or when you spoke with them?
I ain't asked to speak with nobody.
Were you in jail when you spoke with
Yes,
Did you speak with them in an interview room?
yes,
Was it, to your knowledge, in a room where you were being recorded?
probably so, yes,
Okay. And did you talk with them?
yes.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as Stacy 471 name, but not admitted. Do you recognize what has been shown and marked as 471 name?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's on my page.
All right, is it a fair and accurate copy of what's on your page?
Yes,
State tenders 471 name, is that
Admitted.
may I publish?
May.
Who is shown in 471 name?
me and Mickey on.
All right. And what's that in the Mikion's hand, in his right hand?
A gun,
What's that in your right hand?
a gun.
All right, and what do you have at the bottom? Do you read the caption? Bring it.
They can fold us if they want. We bring the homicide,
Who'd you take?
30 deep, D.
All right. It's 30 deep D, the Mikion girl.
Yes,
All right. Who is the they you were talking about?
that's a song, that Lil Wayne.
Okay, so when you did that and pointed the gun at the camera, what was the reason you did that?
That's a song. I just told you on the last thing it probably was a song.
Okay. What was the name of that song?
So well you want, we bring the homicide word to my mama told her to get it, not the game is like coming out of a
What's the
coma.
name of the song?
I don't know the name, that's Lil Wayne song though.
Okay. And so when you pointed that at the camera, you didn't mean for it to display it, and you just wanted to put song.
Most of my pictures gonna be with songs.
Okay. In 2015, January 2015, specifically January 10th, 2015, do you recall where you were?
In the house,
Now, when you say in the house, what house?
my mama house.
How do you remember that?
Cause, what you mean? I know I was in the house, 'cause I was sick.
So, did you stay in the house all day?
Yes,
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10th, 2015?
no,
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
yes,
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10th, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Donovan Thomas?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about
I think somebody called me.
it? Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home, I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called?
Probably Moonton.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as Stacy Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee in the picture.
Yes,
And who is depicted in that picture?
me, Shannon, and yet
And what date was that post made?
March 8th, 2015.
And whose page was it made on?
OG underscore Google.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of it?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 482 Yankee.
It's admitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Donovan Thomas had been killed?
Probably around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably Moonton.
You said probably, not it was.
Probably him, probably. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
For how long?
Rest of the night.
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What did you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere, went out of town or something.
And who was we?
Me, I don't remember where I went. I know, I think with Mr. Thug, we went, had a show.
Who else?
Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Gat go?
9 times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember who went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moulton go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have any, were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out,
Help out who?
like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label, Thug, Mr. Williams,
And how did you help out with the clothes?
selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes did you sell?
Stone t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell free Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up. Roscoe got locked up. I'm a city t-shirt.
But do you know about free Roscoe gear?
No.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember. I just know whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't know.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard Thug?
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard Narc?
Who is Nug?
Demising Mug.
Yeah, show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Powell who also answers to the name Blue Rock?
Yeah, show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
Yeah, show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right now you don't know until.
Right now, I don't know until I see a picture.
Okay. After you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue, and let me ask you this. Do you remember buying the gun at a pawn shop?
Yes.
Do you remember which pawn shop?
Yes.
Which one?
Arrowhead.
All right. How many guns did you buy at Arrowhead pawn shop?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No.
All right. What were they? What kinds were they?
I don't know.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moulton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Ken Polk?
Let him borrow a gun, yes.
When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town and he just kept me, keeping it.
Do you remember around the time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke dentist? Was it always at the same place?
What you mean I was at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I only spoke with them probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't no always at no same place. No,
Those 1 or 2 times was at the same place.
I think so.
Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No,
And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
no,
When you said that you traveled with Shannon Thug, possibly Yak,
I think Mr. Williams already there. And he's in Florida, he was already there.
you started there?
Yeah.
Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know, it was the next morning. Yeah,
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know, I just know he was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking.
We got there late on that night, the next night.
Was he there on January?
I don't know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes,
How did y'all get there?
I think a Sprinter or something like that.
Who purchased the Sprinter?
I don't damn know. I mean, I don't know.
Did you purchase?
No,
Was that the first time you had ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon or Yak?
no.
How often have you ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon and Yak?
I don't know.
When you rode in the other Sprinters with Shannon and Yak, where were you going?
I don't know. Probably so.
And so who paid for those Sprinters?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived during January of 2015?
Yeah,
How many residents did he have?
the one that I know of,
Where was it?
downtown,
What was it called?
I think the Sky House.
What kind of place was it? An apartment, a condo, a standalone house, or something else?
Condo.
Do you remember what floor he lived on?
No. Yeah, I think
Which one?
like 11 or something like that.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone lived with him?
Lived with him?
Yes. Lived with Mr. Wood?
I don't know.
How often did you visit Sky House?
A lot.
When did you first start visiting Sky House?
Probably when you first got it. I don't
Which
know.
was when?
I don't know.
Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Was it early part of 2014? Or later?
I don't know.
When you say you went a lot, would that mean more or less than 5 times a month?
Probably more.
Would it mean more or less than 10 times a week?
No, I don't know 10 times a week.
So between 5 and 10 times a week you visit?
Yeah.
Now, when you went, how did you get there? Did you drive? Did you walk? How did you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
I don't know.
Did you have your own car on January 10th?
I always had my own car.
What kind of car did you have during this time?
I don't know.
How many cars have you had?
I don't know.
Did you ever drive any of those cars?
I think a van, Sprinter van or something before.
A Sprinter van?
Yeah.
Did you drive it down to a show or something?
I drove it somewhere. I don't.
Okay. Is that the only type of car of his that you drive?
Yes.
Do you know about any cars that does his rentals?
You gotta be more specific.
I mean, any car. With
I don't know you rent no car.
do you know any cars that maybe his manager has rented?
I don't know who rent the car. He probably had, I don't saw it rentals, but I ain't know just rental.
So what rentals have you seen with us?
I think a vet.
A vet?
Yeah.
What kind of vet?
A vet, a car vet.
What color, do you remember?
Gray, I think.
Do you remember what year it was that you saw that Corvette?
I think 2014,
Latter?
2015, one on.
So late 2014 or early 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any other cars that rented or that were rentals after the vet?
I don't know if he rented them.
That's not what I asked. Did you see any other rentals of thugs, regardless of who rented them for?
I don't know if they were his. I just know somebody told me.
Did you ever ride in a car when you took them rented by thugs men?
I rode in a car with Woody.
When?
January the 9th, I think.
Okay.
I never saw Mr. Williams in the car. I don't know if he was run or not.
So if you said you don't know what now?
If he was his runner or not. That's what you trying to put it as.
Just asking questions. What time of day or night did you ride in a car with Woody?
I don't remember the time. It was nighttime.
It was nighttime? How did you know it was, why did you bring that up in terms when I asked you how thugs run?
At Bethel University, we tell you the true cost of your education, so that the price you see is the price you pay, and what you get is so much more.
Designed by women, for women, that's Focus. Celebrating women every day.
I think like dark gray or something like that. I don't remember.
Was it an Infinity quarter car?
Yes, I think so.
Was it an Infinity Q50?
Yes, I think so.
Now, where did you ride with Woody in this car?
We went to put him on some females.
Where? Would you?
Oh, you just, I said, what?
Atlanta?
Yeah, or no.
What part of Atlanta?
The west side.
The west side?
Yeah.
And when you say the west side, can you tell the jury please what streets or areas you mean?
I don't remember what street. I know the Spurway.
The expressway?
Like 20 west.
20, okay. And where you were going 20 west?
Yeah.
Who was driving?
Wood.
All right. Was Woody driving carefully?
He'll never drive carefully.
So was he driving any less carefully that night?
Can you just get to what you asking me? I don't understand all that.
Recklessly that night?
Yeah, I always drive like that.
All right. So you drove recklessly that night too?
All the time.
Did he spin out that night?
Yes.
Does he always spin out?
Yes.
And when he spun out, did you all hit anything?
Hit some cones and Spurway.
Okay. And when you hit the cones in the expressway, did any part of the car fall off?
I think the bumper.
And what happened when the bumper fell off? Did either of you get out and put it back on?
Yeah.
Now, to your knowledge, did Thug allow anybody else to drive that Infiniti?
I just told you I never saw Thug in the car. Or you know, Woody just told me that was Thug car. I never saw the car around him.
When you said that you spoke with investigator Gaither and investigator Dennis in August of 2015, did you tell them, or rather, did investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
And I told them,
That's it, that's
You say,
Did
repeat it.
Investigator Gager ask you, who does allowed to drive the Infinity while it was in his possession?
Yes.
Right, and did you give them an answer?
I told him, I'm the person I ever saw in the car with Woody.
Did you ever tell them Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Duba?
Oh, I lied.
I'm asking you if you ever told them.
If
that.
I did, I lied.
Do you remember telling them that?
If I did, I lied.
I'm asking you a different question.
Yes, I lied.
So you remember?
Overruled.
You remember telling them that?
Yes, I lied.
Okay. Now, did you also tell them that Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Dua were supposed to meet Yak's girl Lucy?
Yes, I lied.
All right. Now, did you tell them about spitting out on the highway?
Who?
Did you tell Detective Gaker and Dennis about spitting out in the Infinity
I think.
with Woody on the night
Yes.
of January the 9th,
Yes.
2015?
Yes.
Did you lie about that?
No.
What made you lie about one thing in your words now and lie not about another thing?
Because my friend came to me with a play.
A play?
Yeah.
Who was your friend?
Garlington.
Garland. Now, how long did you tell me you had known Garland?
About 20 years.
And what month and year did he come to you with a play?
When he got out of jail,
When was that?
it was summer 2015.
Do you remember what month?
Nah.
Now, you said you were equally close with, did I hear you wrong? You were equally cool with Garlington, Thug, Yak, Jen.
Yes, I think I said that.
Is that not the case anymore?
What you mean?
Overruled.
I think that's a misstatement. I think he was asked right now, and he said equally cool, but Miss Love is posing it as back in 2015, so I think we need clarity on that.
Okay, can you please make sure that your question is clear?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Back in 2015, August 2015, were you equally cool with Jamekion Garlington, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, and Justin Cobb?
No.
Who were you the coolest with?
Garlington.
Were you cooler with Kenneth Copeland or Shannon Stillwell?
Copeland.
And when you say that you were cooler with Copeland than Shannon, which one had you known longer?
Copeland.
And which one had you hung out with the most?
Copeland.
All right. How often did you hang out with Shannon? How often did you hang out with Yak?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Dua?
Not often.
Now, where were you when Jamekion came to you with the play?
I had just picked him up. We probably on Cleveland.
Okay. So was this before May 6th or May 7th of 2015?
I think it was after.
It was after? When after?
I think it gotta be the summer sometime. I don't know. It before after May probably. It had to be after May because I was locked up in May. And probably before I got locked up in August, I don't know.
Did you get out between May and August?
Yeah, I just said I got out.
When did you get out?
Like May the 20th or something.
Okay. And when you picked him up, Garlington that is, how did you pick him up?
On my bike.
Okay, what kind of bike?
On BMX.
All right. And where'd y'all go?
The park.
All right. And what time of day or night was it?
Day.
Early morning? late afternoon,
Probably evening.
evening time? Okay. Who else was around?
Just me and him.
Okay. In August of 2015, do you know how many shows you had gone to with
A lot.
had he paid your way to any of those shows?
What you mean pay my
Had he paid for you to go down to any of those shows?
How you gotta pay to get in your own show? That don't make sense.
You gotta pay to travel, don't you?
I mean, no, sometimes Moncton or drive his car. You know, it depends on what driving.
Okay, but like in January of 2015, Motu didn't go, so did the pay.
I don't know who paid. I didn't know I rode.
Did you ever get paid any money by YSL?
No.
And so when you sold clothes for YSL,
I helped them out, yes.
you didn't get paid for that either?
I did that as a favor.
Okay. Did you ever receive any free entry to Thug shows?
I'm pretty sure if it's your show, whoever get in free, whoever come with you get in free.
That might be so, but I'm asking you if you got in free to Thug shows.
I don't know, I just went.
Did you pay anything out your pocket?
No.
Okay. So in August of 2015, were you more cool or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people that I named?
I ain't never said nothing to y'all about Thug.
I'm asking you right here, right now, were you cool with Thug in August of 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Were you more or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people I've named?
Probably more.
How much more?
More as I've been knowing him longer.
You've been knowing Thug longer than Montu?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Garlington?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Woody?
Yes.
Did you meet Woody through Thug or Thug through Woody?
No.
How much longer had you been knowing Thug than Woody?
About 4 or 5 years.
So that would mean you met Woody in what year again?
I mean, what, like 2013?
And that would put you at having met Thug when?
2009, something like that.
2009. Where were you living? Were you living on Cleveland Avenue then?
Yes.
And where was he living? Thug.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever visit his house back then?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know him to live or to hang out on Cleveland Avenue back then?
Yes.
All right. Did you know of a group called Rock Crew back then?
Yes.
Right. And did you know that group to stand for Raised on Cleveland?
Yeah.
Okay. Was Trontavia Stevens a part of that group?
I don't know.
Do you know Tick?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
20-some years.
Have you known him more or less than you've known Thug?
More.
All right. Did you ever know Tick to be a member of Rock Crew?
Yes.
All right. How'd you know Tick was a member of Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Well, why did you tell this jury that he was a member of Rock Crew?
I just thought he was. Shit, if he went, my bad.
Okay.
Everybody just hang around.
What did everybody hang around doing?
With a park.
What part?
Cleveland Avenue.
All right. Was Quentin Porter a part of Rock Crew?
Yes.
When did you first hear about the group Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you know about it in 2009?
Yes.
2012?
Yes.
Did it still exist in 2015?
Yes.
And was Tick still a member?
I don't know. You just said you wasn't no member, so I don't know.
Then how do you know it still
I
exists?
just say I assumed because everybody was hanging around.
Who all was hanging around?
A lot of people. Everybody. Cleveland Avenue.
Everybody. Name 2 or 3 of the people.
Junebug, Larry, and Mike.
None of the ones we named earlier.
They're not from Cleveland.
Okay. You're from Cleveland. Were you a member of Rock Crew?
I'm not from Cleveland.
Where are you from?
Capitol Home.
Okay. Now, was Rock Crew, what kind of group was Rock Crew?
An R&B group.
An R&B group?
Yeah.
What kind of music, what kind of songs did they put out?
A lot.
Okay, which ones?
I don't remember that joint 13 years ago.
Who were the artists in Rock Crew?
Quinn Porter.
Who else?
That's all I remember.
Did Tick ever sing with Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you know about R&B group or any other kind of singing group called Red Cartel?
Yeah, that was a record label, yeah.
Was it a record label? Yeah. Who was a member of that record label, Red
I don't
Cartel?
know. I don't know.
Then how you know it was a record label?
Because I heard
You heard what?
the songs before.
Okay. What song?
I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. You talking about something over 15, 13 years ago.
Was Red Cartel and Rock Crew the same kind of record label as what I said?
I don't know.
Why don't you?
It's not that's above my pay grade.
You didn't get paid.
I know it.
So how are you able to say that each of these are rap groups, R&B groups, record labels?
They had songs out.
Did they have the same members?
I don't know.
Did you know anybody who claimed one or more of these groups?
I know Quinn Porter.
Did Quentin Porter claim more than one of those groups?
No.
So is the answer no? You didn't know anybody who claimed both? Did you ever know Tick to claim Rock Crew and YSL?
I know him claim YSL.
Did you hear yourself earlier say he was Rock Crew?
But you said he won. So I ain't gonna put that on him.
Do you remember telling the jury?
But you said he won. So I ain't gonna say he is. You said he wasn't. That's why I'm gonna put it on if you
Listen
said
to
he
the
wasn't.
question she's asking.
I'm
and answer
answering,
the
Judge.
question.
I'm answering.
No, listen to the one she's asking right now and answer that one.
Do you remember telling the jury that Tick was Rock Crew?
And then I remember telling him I don't know.
Have you ever seen Rock Crew and YSL tattooed on Tick's eye?
I ain't looking at no nigga. I mean, no man body.
So is that enough?
No.
Did you know about Donovan Thomas being associated with any groups?
No. I don't know if he. What you mean associate? What that mean?
A part of, hang out with, a member of?
I don't think I remember. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of the group This Game?
Yes.
Is it a record label too?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Donovan Thomas was a member of it? You have to answer.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
Do you remember ever telling Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis in August that Donovan Thomas, was a member of the gang?
I lied.
Now, you say that quickly. If you don't know or have to think about whether he was a member of that gang today, how can you
Cause I'm
say,
pretty sure you're gonna be asking me and then I ain't said it, so I lied.
Mr. Zachary?
I just answered your
I'm asking
question.
for it to ask you to allow me to ask the questions and you answer them, okay? So if you don't remember whether Donovan Thomas was a member of this gang, how can you so quickly say today you lied when you said he was? If you told the police that?
Cause if you said I told the police that, then I lied.
How do you know you lied if you don't know today that he's a member?
Cause I just can't say nobody no number. You just told me that was the same thing with Tit.
Bentley, did you know Bentley having a spot on Cleveland, on Oak Drive?
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was it?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak
How often, if at all, did you go there?
every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Cause it wasn't necessarily a spot. Everybody just doing his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily a spot. Everybody just doing some street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like everybody just got outside.
Who was everybody?
The whole Mr. Cleveland Avenue.
Were there any people who weren't YSL out there?
I don't know who YSL that's out there.
Did you see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duop was YSL?
Who is Duwop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether
No,
he is or is
he's
not?
not.
So, have you ever heard Shannon claim YSL?
No.
So, do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
You gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why do you call yourself YSL?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I changed my name. That. Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan?
He was rapping. He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Because you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena on the old judge. Y'all want me to volunteer to take a subpoena. What I'm a volunteer to take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't going home?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't going home?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
I know you want to get him up there.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not going to tell the jury. Was your father with you when you talked to Gaither and Dennis in August 2015?
No,
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
no,
Who did you live with in August 2015?
myself,
Did you live with SG at any time?
yes,
August 2015.
yes,
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were closest with Moulton, or you were coolest with Moulton. Were you coolest with Moulton in April 2015?
April, yes,
And were you cooler with Moulton than you were, say, Shannon?
yes,
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with the media?
yes,
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
yes.
Where?
Don't we caught our case, we was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
Gun,
How many?
2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night,
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
yes,
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Crucifer?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me,
Did you ask them to come and get you?
yes,
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
cause somebody had shot at my cousin house
Where did your cousin live?
on county,
Right, and who was your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in there,
Your girlfriend was in yours?
yes. No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her,
Okay. And so, did you have guns?
yes.
How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2,
And did you see any more?
Demikion had 1,
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
no,
So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue,
Where on Cleveland?
the store, I think,
Which store?
BP,
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
yes,
When you got arrested in May?
yes,
Okay. So, do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes,
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking
I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
all right.
So, who are those people? Your Honor, I'd ask you. Not to question, you'll have no.
So is it a vagueness objection?
about. That's just vague.
Your Honor, I asked him about a specific section.
I don't know what.
Specifically referred to.
Maybe. Do you want to re-clarify, please?
Can continue, and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has no problem.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask.
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
When I asked you about Garlington, Moulton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moulton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's
they
take a break.
was to
Hang on. Let's just take our mid-afternoon break right now. Can you excuse the witness children? All right, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, what just happened was completely dishonest, disingenuous, misleading, and gross.
And you
I
objected.
objected, and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense, where we try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning 3 people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about, and it's disgusting. And I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial. I think it was completely intentional. Obviously, it was calculated. Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify. I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish grin and then.
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think one thing no, you need to listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond, and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration, I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case, and who is representing as much as actually more than an officer of this court, and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Sharp said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Sharp is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikian, and Motum, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right, and then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable, and the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it. And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't be an issue with it.
Yes, Your Honor. If the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, I
don't know what you mean by that.
Your Honor, when I
ask a clarification of my ruling, is that what you mean?
When I ask for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to do. And so if that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want reconsideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling and move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the past,
All right.
but what he's
We don't
testifying-
know, you don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington, and well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the
Don't
jury.
talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately, because of course, I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm gonna look back at what the transcript says. I mean, and Miss Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, in assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned. And I would ask that the court, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
Introducing Zaxby's new chicken finger tacos. One with pico and creamy chipotle ranch, and the other with bacon and avocado ranch. Chicken experts since 1990. Taco experts since now. Woo, saucy! Zaxby's.
Need a travel visa and quickly? We've got you. Just search for iVisa is awesome and get yours in just a few clicks.
wants to hear from the court in reference to if he finishes today, will he go home? If he doesn't finish, he wants to know where he's gonna go. And I've tried to explain to him, you don't want him to go back to the jail. He can't go to the hospital. And so we
Okay.
talked about it.
Well, if he finishes today, then as long as there's nothing else holding him, which I don't think there is, then yes, he goes home. And if he doesn't, yeah,
doesn't
I
finish
can
that.
let him know that. If he doesn't, do y'all have a proposal?
That's what we were trying to work on, and I told Mr. Shad that I understand that his agency.
Can y'all hear him? Can you use a mic?
And we talked about it, so she just needs to come up. You know, he wants to go home with the GPS. I understand the court doesn't
Well, I'll
want him to,
just,
and neither does the DA.
all right, I'll tell him that might still be determined.
Okay. And that's what I told him.
Okay. All right, and in terms, I have reviewed what the line of questioning was, and I do not think that there was anything nefarious and purposeful about trying to trick him into something other than what he'd been talking about. At the same time, I can see how it might have been, well, now, are you sure he knows that the people we were just asking about are the people that you're talking about him now, you know, coming to pick him up? So a valid objection, it remains sustained, but the motion for mistrial is denied. I am not giving any kind of instruction. You can just fix it by asking the next question. All right, anything else on that?
Your Honor, just for the record. I
Okay,
understand
and you use the mic too.
Yes, I understand. Yes, Your Honor, and I understand the court's ruling. I think that the use, all of a sudden, the use of they and those people instead of names, and then when asked for clarification, the refusal to do so, I think suggests that there was some calculation. But I understand the court's finding, but I would ask the court to instruct Ms. Love to clarify with the first question, so everyone's on the same page, so there's not confusion amongst the jury, who he is referring to when he's talking about they in the car that night.
Yeah, okay, yes, go ahead.
Actually, Your Honor, I think the court was about to say something.
I think I was probably gonna say maybe the same thing as you, but I have no idea, so go ahead.
I was going to ask that the court read back the exact question that I had asked, and right before I said they.
I'll have to find it again.
So that wasn't what the court was going. So.
All right, so after the questioning about where he and his girlfriend lived, you said you were close with, and obviously this is the real time. It's not the official transcript, but you said you were close with Moontunk or cool with Moontunk. All right, were you close with Moontunk in April 2015? Yes. Okay, and were you cooler with Moontunk than, say, Shannon? Yes. All right. Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Garlington? And I can't tell what the rest of that is. Yes. April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people? Yes. All right. And I have to. Where? Back. Some kind of car. I can't tell exactly. I don't know what kind of car. What'd you have in the car? A gun? How many? 2 or 3? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and what time did y'all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime? Nighttime. Was it after 10 o'clock? Yes. All right. I mean, at this point, there's nothing that indicates he doesn't think that we're talking about the 3 people that she just asked about. Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been at Club Crucial earlier? I think they was. So how'd you end up in the car with them? And then the names don't always get but somebody came to get you. Yes, all right. Why did you ask them to come get you? Because my head shot. And then something about where my cousin lived, Camp something or another, Campbellton. Why'd you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle? Because my girlfriend was in it, your girlfriend was in yours. Yes, all right. I don't think, because I was going to get the car with the girlfriend, something. Did you have guns in the car? Blah, blah, blah. Were you wearing dreads at that time? No. Okay, so where did they pick you up from? Cleveland Avenue. Where on Cleveland? The store, I think. Which store? Same one you were at with the gun? Do you normally hang out at the store with guns? Yes. All right, and he came and got you. What did they do? Your Honor, I'm going to object. So, I mean, again, valid objection, but also not, not any kind of purposeful, oh, aha. So
There's a live stream, and I reviewed the live stream. I'll also point out that nowhere in discovery, he says they were at the club, okay? In the
it
testimony.
would have been easier to review the live stream. Yeah.
And Mr. Zachary said they were at the club.
Mhm.
The state is very well aware, as am I, that even in prior statements, it is clear that, and Mr. Sledge's testimony, Mr. Sledge and Danikia Garlington were at the club. Mr. Stillwell is never alleged to be at the club at Club Crucial. So it is very clear that Mr. Zachary is referring to, when he says they, is referring to Mr. Sledge and Mr. Garlington. It is also very clear to me by the fact that Ms. Love repeatedly refuses to clarify that she wants the jury to believe that they also includes Mr. Stillwell, which is not what Mr. Zachary believes at this point.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask that it be clarified with the first question, and then we can stop using pronouns.
We're not
and
gonna
move
stop
forward.
using pronouns. I mean, that's just not how people talk.
Well,
But
it's led to a mess.
she had already been instructed to clarify before we took the break, and she's going to clarify. And
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Zachary already addressed that. The court can listen to the live stream or look at the transcript, but I think that I heard him say, because of Mr. Sharp's, I don't know what it was, but Your Honor,
yeah, he then said, I didn't hear you say Shannon. That's kind of how we left it.
And so, Your Honor, to the extent that there are these dispersions being cast, these, I don't know, attempts for, I don't know.
Yeah, that needs to stop. I mean, you don't know what's in Miss Love's head. You don't know why she's asking a particular question. And, just let's stop making it so personal between attorneys. That's really not appropriate. It's not professional.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I have strong feelings about what just happened. And I will stop saying what you don't want me to say, but I can't help how I feel about it, and that's not going to change. But I've also been accused of insinuated that I've been conspiring with a man that I've never spoken to in my life repeatedly. And
Let
so,
everybody stop with the personal jabs against each other to the extent anybody has been making them. Okay, all right. We don't need any more of this. Let's just get back on what we're doing. That's supposed to be based on facts. Okay, so you understand if you're going to ask any more about this line of questioning, clarify who it is that you are asking him about.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that if I'm going to ask him any more about this question, I'll clarify.
All
who I'm
right,
talking
thank you.
about.
So we'll get Mr. Zachary out, and I'll let him know that if he finishes today, he can go home. And then I don't quite know where he's going to go otherwise. So let's do that. And yes.
Your Honor, can I just make the court aware and ask for a court's ruling on what you just said about what I believe it was Miss Love asks about Mr. Zachary's father saying something, and she said earlier that it was said to Miss Love by the father that he has spoken with myself and Mr. Short. I'd ask that that not be gone into, not only is it hearsay, but I don't know the evil or the benefit of doing that, because I've done nothing wrong at all, nor did Mr. Sharp. I'll vouch for him. The second thing is Miss Love brought out from this witness that he purchased 2 or 3 guns from Arrowhead Pawn Shop.
Yeah.
One of those guns is found during the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on July 15, 2015. So I know I've done this. I know it's been ordered by the predecessor judge. I know it's been ordered by this court. I don't want to stand up and have to then say a mistrial and get a curative instruction if the mistrial is denied. That has to be just, in my opinion, just stayed away from the fact that that gun was found, or a gun was found in Mr. Williams' home. So I'm doing
May I
it now.
respond to that, please? Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the pertinent part, which is the part about the gun being found at Jeffrey Williams' home, and the assertion about the unlawfulness of the search, I won't even go back into that. But Your Honor, as it pertains to who he gave those guns to, I believe that it is a valid question, and I will ask that the court instruct or allow me to speak to Mr. Zachary to tell him, don't say anything about where it's located, but I am going to ask him who he gave or who the guns were given to. The fact that it was found at Jeffrey Williams' home doesn't mean he gave it to Jeffrey Williams. And even if he did give it to Jeffrey Williams' home, that doesn't imply or speak to the search of Jeffrey Williams' home. So the state should not be precluded from putting before the jury the fact that Mr. Zachary purchased guns for other members of YSL, and that he told detectives that he purchased guns for other members of YSL, and which guns he purchased.
Okay.
So,
yeah, all of that should be fair game. Where any gun was ultimately found, if it was found in a search that was suppressed, should not be gone into. And does this witness even know that it was found?
I don't know, but because this witness can go off, I want to tell him before he gets, back in front of the jury to not. I don't think he does. I had not spoken with him about his knowledge of that search. So I want to instruct him when I ask him, who did he give the other one to answer only that question and not anything about where he thinks it might have been found, because I don't have it in, my head. He hasn't told me where he thinks it might have been found.
It would be really weird if he answers that, if you just say, who'd you give the gun to? But I mean, I guess better safe than sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but the court has heard testimony that is non-responsive all day.
I believe it's derivative evidence which has been suppressed, and the law enforcement officers after July 15, 2015 are asking Mr. Zachary about the search of Mr. Williams' home where that gun was found in his name. So I don't believe that it's a proper question, because
All right, hang on. He's already testified that he bought several guns from whatever that pawn shop was. So as long as your line of questioning is about that, then that's not derived from law enforcement finding them in the search, is it?
Right, no.
So,
but I believe,
and that's why I want to ask and make sure, that's why I'm asking for the court's permission to just tell him, don't mention that.
I wouldn't suggest it to him if he doesn't, we don't think he already knows it. Just answer the question I ask you. Yes.
He has not answered questions that I've asked him for the last hour.
All right, I will do that. What else?
The record, Your Honor, before the next question is asked, I believe I may have to renew my motion for mistrial.
On with the one you just made?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Oh, okay. Yes. No, that's. All right. I thought you meant something else just happened. Okay. Yes, you're just preserving it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get him out here.
just instruct that when I ask, who did he give the gun to? That is the only,
I'm not agreeing
answer
that he
that
will
is
say
given.
who he gets to. That's a bad question. Who did he give the guns to?
I mean,
Presumes he gave the guns to
there's a lack of foundation at this point to that. So I'm gonna be more general in my instruction to him than that. We're ready for him. Oh, can everybody who's operating cameras make sure that you do not, and I think some of you who've been here the whole time know that, but any of the newer people, no pictures, no filming of this area over here, the detention area, okay? That includes still shots. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Zachary, I know from your attorney that you had a couple of questions about sort of what happens next. And as long as we finish your testimony today, the direct and cross and whatever anybody of the attorneys wants to ask you, then yes, you can go home today.
What if I don't finish that?
If you don't finish, then we haven't quite worked out where you're going, but it will not be you're free to go, have a great life. It will not be Rice Street, but it will also not be bye, have a great life. It'll be something short of that, because you will, we'll just need to make sure that
Put me on house arrest. My grandma's soon.
we'll sort out, your attorney and the state are working on potential conditions right now. So we'll sort that out.
What do you mean conditions?
I don't know what they're gonna be. I mean, I may end up needing to impose them, but if they can work something out, then we're gonna go with that. All said, when any of these attorneys is asking you a question, I want you to try to listen carefully to what specifically it is they're asking you, and then answer just that question, and you can explain it, but try not to just go off on something else entirely, okay? All right. Okay. Are we ready for the jury? Yes, all right, just get the jury out. And jurors, thank you all for your patience when we have to take breaks. I appreciate that, as do the attorneys. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Zachary.
when, just before we broke on the break, and you told the jury who you are saying today was in the car with you, on April 28th, 2015, who is it that you are saying now was in the car with you?
Me, Garlington, and Sledge.
Okay. You,
Garlington and
Garlington,
Sledge.
and Sledge?
Yeah.
Today, is it your testimony that you three were the only people in that car?
Yes.
Now, you spoke about talking to detectives Gaither and Dennis back in August of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And before you spoke to them, you said that you had not spoken to them outside the room where you were interviewed, correct?
No.
Okay. No, you hadn't spoken with
No, I
them.
haven't.
Okay. So had either one of them told you or given you any indication that they wanted you to do anything other than give them information that they could confirm or deny?
What you mean by that?
I'll change it. When you talked to detectives Gaither and Dennis, did they ask you about shootings that had happened in the city of Atlanta between January 10th, 2015 and the time that you were talking to them in August?
Yes.
And when you talked to them, did you tell them information about those shootings?
Yes.
All right. Which shootings did you tell them information about?
About April 28th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. And as it related to April 28th, who did you tell them was, first of all, what did you tell them happened on April the 28th?
I don't know. I was just making up stuff as I go.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony today that you just made up everything that you told them about April 28th?
Yes.
And do you know whether, did they confront you with anything after you gave them information about April the 28th?
What you mean confront me with?
For instance, if you said a light was red and it was green, would they ask you or challenge you?
I had already knew what had been said before. So
What
I
are
knew
you
what to
talking
say.
about?
You somehow them, the police, I had already knew what was said to them before I even said something to them.
Okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean you already knew what was said before to them?
I had
Your
already
Honor,
knew.
I'm gonna object. This is potentially opening the door for hearsay, I believe.
Your Honor, I potentially. Without saying what someone else said, what do you mean you already knew when? What are you
I
talking
had
about?
already knew that somebody else had already told them about the shooting.
Okay. So how, I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Were you present when someone else told them about a shooting?
No, someone told me.
All right. When did someone tell you?
When they got out of jail.
All right. I'm asking, do you know a month or a year?
I told you, 2015.
Okay. And is the person who told you something they told police about the shooting Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
All right. Now, is there a time frame that you believed Demekion Garlington told police these things?
I didn't know he got out of jail. He told.
Don't tell what he said. Just, do you have a time frame?
2015.
Do you know when in 2015 he supposedly told police certain
I didn't
things?
know it when he got out of jail.
Okay. Now, did those things that he told police, that you believed he told police, did they involve you?
Yes.
So when you first told police about the April 28th shootings, were there more than one?
Yeah.
How many shootings were there?
I'm like 2, 3.
How many? Tell the jury where you all went after you got picked up.
For clarity's sake, I'm just gonna ask
He's
law.
Judge, he's already
Ask. Go ahead and clarify.
Are we talking about the same people you just told the jury was in the car with you that picked you up?
It's not the same people you asked me about.
Okay, and what people are they?
Garlington and Schmidt.
Okay, so where is it that you are saying today that you all went after Garlington and Sledge picked you up?
To get my girlfriend car. To get my girlfriend.
Okay. To get your girlfriend from what location?
My cousin house.
Where?
Campton.
All right. And did you do anything between the time from leaving where you were on Cleveland Avenue at the BP to your girlfriend's house or to your girlfriend's location on Campbellton?
No.
All right. How long did it take you to get from the BP to Campbellton?
I don't know.
All right. Generally speaking, is it like an hour or more like 15 or 10 minutes?
Like 20 minutes.
Thank you. When you got to Campbellton, did anyone else join you in the car?
No.
Where did you all then go after leaving Campbellton?
So the west side.
Where on the west side?
I don't know them streets.
Whose house were you going to?
Somebody that had shot at my cousin house.
Somebody what?
Who had shot at my cousin house. We going to their house.
And whose house was that?
I don't know.
So how did you determine where you all were going to go?
It wouldn't even just, it's like when we get out of Shreveport, we saw that car and we followed the car.
What car did you all follow?
A car that shot at my cousin house.
And describe the car for the jury.
I don't remember the car.
Was it a pickup truck, a regular sedan?
I think it was a car.
With 4 doors, 2 doors?
Yes.
All right. Which one?
4.
All right. And did you believe you knew who was driving the car? Are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't remember who was driving the car.
Okay. At the time, did you know or believe someone in particular was driving the car?
I can't remember.
Okay. So as you sit here today, is the car parked in front of a house when you all see it, or is it driving?
Drive.
And what do you all do? Follow it?
Yeah.
How far do you all follow it?
Not that far. Like 3, 4 minutes.
Do you follow it to a house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Martin Luther King?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with where the Atlanta University Center is?
No.
Are you familiar with Morris Brown College?
No.
Spelman, Morehouse, anything like that? Okay. Do you know whether you followed the car to the Martin Luther King area of Atlanta?
I don't remember. I just know it, when we got out Freeway, like 3, 4 minutes.
What now?
When we got out Freeway, like 3, 4 minutes.
What exit did you all get off?
MLK.
You did get off at MLK?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you all do after you got off the expressway at MLK?
Follow the car.
Right. And where did you follow it to? I don't need the
house.
address. What happened when the car got to the house?
I started shooting at the car.
All right. Had the occupants of the car gotten out of the car when you started shooting it?
Yes.
Did you see the occupants get out of the car?
Yes.
And were the occupants standing outside the car, inside the house when you started shooting at the car?
They were walking towards the house.
Okay. And what kind of house was it? A standalone condo apartment?
It's a house.
Was it a brick house?
I don't know.
All right. And how many people had gotten out of the car?
Just me and Garlison.
No, I'm asking you, I'm sorry. I should be clear. The car you were shooting at, how many people had gotten out of it?
Like 4, 3, something like that.
Were they all males, all females, or a combination?
Males.
All males? Okay. Now, did you know which of those males or all of those males had supposedly shot at your cousin's house?
I was high. I don't know. I just know they when we pulled up, they were shooting at our house.
Oh, so you saw them shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 6KK. And if you recall, or if it looks familiar to you at all, would you tell the jury? And if not, let the jury know, okay? All right. Does any part of that house in front of the white car look familiar?
I don't know.
Okay. So what kind of gun did you use to shoot at the car? Did you shoot at the house too?
Shoot, I shot. I didn't know I shot.
Okay. What kind of gun did you use to shoot?
I don't remember. I didn't know I had a gun. I had
Okay.
like 3 on.
Did you have all 3 of them in your hands at one time?
Nah.
All right. So how many did you have in your hands while you were shooting?
1, I think.
Was it a long gun or a short gun?
It was the gun I got caught with. It was short.
Okay. Did it shoot short bullets or longer bullets?
Long bullet.
Long bullets? Okay. Do you have any idea how many shots you fired?
No.
All right. So what made you stop firing?
I don't know.
Did the gun have a banana clip or some kind of long magazine?
I don't remember what kind of clip it had.
And then what did you do after you stopped firing?
Got in the car and pulled off.
What color was the car you were in?
I don't remember.
And where were the other occupants of the car when you got out and started firing?
Oh, what car?
The car that you were in.
Me and Garlison got out. Chalet stayed in.
All right. So did you and Garlington both shoot at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did he have the same kind of gun that you had?
I don't remember. I
Was he shooting, would you all switch guns or did you all have different guns?
Yeah, they own gun.
Okay. Where did you all go after that?
I don't remember.
What now?
I told you I was in and out of it at night.
Okay. Do you know Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Philip Collins?
No.
Do you know the name Philo?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known the name Philo?
Not that long.
When you say not that long, did you know Philo the name Philo in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know the name Philo on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
Did you know whether Philo had a child?
I don't know.
Did you know whether he had a girlfriend?
I don't know.
Did you know where Philo lived?
No.
All right. Now, how would you describe how you felt about Philo? Were you cool with Philo?
No.
Had you had conflicts with Philo?
No.
Describe for the jury Philo best you can. You don't have to be too specific.
I don't remember him.
All right. Do you remember whether he was taller than you or shorter than you?
I don't remember him long.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, why do you remember Philo?
You talking about how did I know him? I don't remember how I know him. I just remember the name.
What do you remember about Philo to remember the name? Um,
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I remember nobody.
okay. Now, when you said that earlier, did you say that you all shot up maybe more than one house, maybe one or two?
Probably think we shot up 2 years.
Was one of them an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, why did you go shoot up an apartment complex?
Told you. I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
What now?
I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
Okay. So what did that have to do with your going to shoot up an apartment complex?
I believe that whoever apartment complex, they shot up my cousin's house.
But I thought you said you followed the people that you saw shooting your cousin's house to the standalone house that y'all shot up.
3 or 4 of them in the car.
But I thought you said the car went to a house that you shot up.
They pulled off when we pulled off.
Okay. So
they got back in the car and pulled off.
And did you follow them to another place?
I think we bumped into them some late on in night or something.
Okay. And where did you bump into them later on that night?
I think it was still in the same area.
Okay. Was it the apartment complex or the house?
It was apartments. It was apartments.
Okay. I'm going to show you 62 CC, which has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm sorry, Lima. 62 Lima, LL. And see if you remember or if this area looks familiar to you. Okay. It's already been admitted. So just look at it. All right. And as we're pulling that up, do you remember anything at all about that apartment complex beyond that it was an apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Now, when you say that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis about that, when you first started talking about it to them, did you tell them that you were involved?
Shoot, I told them I was in the car.
Did you tell them at first that you were in the car?
However it happened, I pleaded guilty to it, so I don't know.
I'm not asking you that.
Are you gonna use this?
Yes, and this is the exhibit 62 Lima that's on the screen. Does that area look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. You didn't take it down. All right. So when you told the jury a moment ago that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had told them something.
I told you that already though before.
I understand. When you said that, do you know or did you believe that Garlington had said you shot up somebody's house?
He told me that he said I did.
Okay. Garlington, the one that you've been friends with for 20 years?
No.
All right. Did he tell you why he would say that?
I ain't else. I just laughed.
Oh, you did? Okay. So if you believe that Garlington told them that you did it, why did you deny doing it initially?
Because you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
See, I added on what I wanted to add on.
What does that mean?
Try to make myself look innocent.
Okay, fair enough. So who else did you believe that Garlington had told shut up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
I said,
You can,
I'll rephrase.
okay.
Who else did you tell detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28, 2015?
I don't know. Like 9 years ago?
Did you tell them that Moontoon shot up the houses?
No. I told him Moonton would die. I never told him Moonton shot my house.
Okay. Did you believe that Garlington had already said something about Moontoon?
Yes.
Overruled.
All right. And you, Moontoon, and Garlington were all equally close to one another during this time?
No.
Okay. Then describe if you all weren't
Me and
equally.
Moonton closer.
You and Moontoon were closer? And so when you believed that Garlington said Moontoon did something, how did you confront him about it?
From Garlington?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, if Garlington said that you and Moontoon shot up these houses, along with Garlington, was Garlington conveying something that actually had occurred?
Can you use a word I understand?
Which part didn't you understand?
Conveying.
Okay, thank you. Was he saying something that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then you just went in and told Gaither and Dennis what happened because you believed or knew that Garlington had already done it?
I knew, yes, I knew.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell Moontoon that Garlington had told on him?
I think he knew already.
I'm asking you if you ever told Moontoon that Garlington told on him.
No, I was just trying to like free Moontoon.
Okay, were you? Okay. Did you also tell Gaither and Dennis, or rather, let me ask you this. When did you try to tell them at first that you were not there?
Probably did. I think I did probably.
Do you remember that they told you were there? I have your phone records.
And then I think I told them that.
But yes or no, just that part first, okay? You can explain, I promise. Just, do you remember whether Gaither or Dennis told you, we know you were there because we got your phone records?
I think they did say that.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something else after that?
Yes, but when the phone came back, it went in my name, so they didn't have my phone name. And I already knew that.
Okay, what do you mean when the phone came back, it wasn't in your name?
When they tried to see whose name the phone was in.
Did they tell you they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
Huh?
Did they tell you that they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
I think my lawyer had already knew.
What?
Somebody told me.
Did they tell you before that interview?
Yes, when I got locked up for the May the 6th, when I got caught with a gun, I think they had said in the open court.
Okay. Did you think that the phone being in someone else's name would make it harder for the police to find out it was you who had done the shooting?
They ain't find out because of the phone.
I understand, but you mentioned they found out it was in someone else's name, right?
Yes,
So did you think that would make it harder for them to learn it was you?
yes.
Okay. Whose name was the phone in?
I don't know. I just know it wasn't in mine.
You know what?
No, it wasn't in my name.
All right. I don't want to know your mother's whole name. I just want to know what it begins with.
Okay.
Okay. And that phone that you had at that time, is it one that you still have now?
No.
All right. So is it okay to ask you about the whole number?
No, you can't.
Why?
Because that's my mama number.
Okay. So it's still your mom's number?
Yes, it was never my phone.
Okay. Give me the last digit of your mama's number.
3.
All right. How long has your mom had that number?
About 20 years.
All right. And if I show you the first 6 numbers without publishing them of your mom's number, will you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I will, for purposes of this questioning, label this exhibit State 505 Yankee. And if anyone wants to see it, I will show it to them. Okay. So approaching with the court's permission. You may. Approaching you with states 505 Yankee, okay? That's this. I don't want you to call out any of these numbers. Were those the first 6 digits of your mom's number?
Yes, y'all thought that was my number?
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Were
sir,
those-
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is this the number that you believe that they had the records?
No.
So your mother's number that she's had for 20 years, now you're saying that's not the number that they had the records to?
No, that's not the number.
Okay. So whose number did they have the records to?
I told you a cell phone that belonged to me, but was in somebody else's name.
So it was your cell phone?
Not that phone right there.
I understand. But the cell phone they had the number to was your cell phone?
Yes.
And you no longer have that cell phone?
No.
Does your mother have that cell phone?
She got the number you just showed me.
I understand. Does your mother have the cell phone that belonged to you, but that was in someone else's name?
What the number? You show me the number.
You said your mother had one number, and this was it, right?
Can you show me the number so I can make sure? That number right there, yes, that's her number.
Did she have any other? Is this the one she had for 20 years?
She got 2 phones.
Oh, she got 2 phones. The second phone, what number does it use?
I don't remember. It ain't no more.
So nobody uses that number. Is that the number that you had that was in someone else's name?
No.
So let's stop talking about your mama's phone, okay? All right. So who had the phone? Whose name was the phone in that you had?
John Doe.
John Doe. Okay. So now since nobody owns that number now, may I ask you the full number?
Yes.
All right. Did that number end in 5726?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, if the number was in the name John Doe, and the police had that
have any personal knowledge of how they learned or found out you were the one using their phone?
No.
And I'm gonna show you what I have marked as basically 506. And if anyone wants to see it, I'll let them see it. All right. I'm showing you 506, Yankee, and I'm asking you, is that the number that you had that was in the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the number is at the top line of 506, Yankee, is on the top line?
Yes.
All right. Were you, Demikion, and Moulton the only people you told detectives Gaither and Dennis were in the car with you?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling them Shannon was in the car with you too?
If I did, I lied.
Okay, but do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
What good would it have done, or did it do you to tell them Shannon was in the car with you?
Because Garrison told him Moulton was in the car.
So what does that have to do with Shannon?
That's his homeboy.
If Garlington told them Moulton was in the car, and you told them Moulton was in the car, why do you?
I told him Moulton was in the car after I tried to free Moulton.
It's your testimony that you said that Moulton was in the car only after you told them Shannon was in the car?
No, I had already knew. I was a steps ahead of y'all already.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Would you tell the jury, are you saying that you told the police?
I told the police that Shannon was in the car because I was mad because Garrison said Moulton was in the car.
Okay. And did you tell them Moulton was in the car before you told them Shannon was in the car?
How I supposed to know? 10 years ago. I don't know.
You remember why you told them, you said?
Yes, but how I know what I said first?
Did you give them any details about what happened?
Then I told them what house we went to, yeah.
And did you tell them who it was that you were looking for at
I don't remember if I did. You had to show me or something. I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you graduated
I ain't
from
never,
high school?
I ain't never say no nothing like that, man.
Okay. I'm asking you if you didn't know. Do you remember giving them your mother's number?
When? In court, probably, yes.
No. In August, and thank you for making it clear. In the August 2015 interview, Detective Gaither and Dennis, that you told the jury about her.
I ain't giving my mama number.
Do you remember giving them her name?
Yeah, I probably gave my name.
Okay. Do you remember them reading you your rights?
Yes.
Do you remember waiving your rights?
Yes.
And at the time that you spoke to them, had anybody forced you or threatened you to go down and make a statement?
No, my whole plan was to just go free Moulton.
Did they ask you whether you could read and write English?
I don't know.
And did they tell you or ask you, what is the big rush? Why did you want us to come down and talk to you?
And what I say?
You gotta answer.
I don't know.
I'm gonna pause y'all for a minute. There's a juror that's feeling sick. So let's. I don't quite know how long it's gonna be, so no, he doesn't need to.
I'll tell you when I come out.
material witness warrant. Miss Love, we are currently in the midst of Mr. Zachary's testimony, but have not completed his testimony. And we've already heard, and his physical and medical condition seems to be fine. And I know that when one of the defense attorneys had mentioned the possibility of not being able to complete the testimony and that being problematic, we were contemplating whether that might happen because of his medical condition. But the state had requested a material witness warrant previously because there were concerns that Mr. Zachary wouldn't appear voluntarily. And I'm not quite sure what has suddenly assuaged the state's concerns in that regard, because if he doesn't end up coming back, then we're going to be in the same problematic boat we would have been in otherwise, just for a different reason. So I need some assurances that whatever the concerns were before have disappeared before I am going to release him from the material witness warrant. And there are, y'all can put him up in a hotel room where he's under the supervision of someone who is law enforcement.
So, Your Honor, the concern that we had was based on our interaction with one referenced family member at the same time as Mr. Zachary.
All right.
And that family member has repeatedly and consistently made it clear that they had no intention of allowing us to have him testify. And there is another family member, however, who seems to be slightly different. And I am as concerned as the court, and I want to make sure that we secure his testimony. So I am also aware that there are concerns, with his condition deteriorating and all of that at the jail and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there is concerns on our end with something happening while he's in a room with an investigator, not a medic or something like that. And they're not trained to, deal with that. But I'm trying to combine.
Okay,
I
then
have just
put
said,
up the witness and the family member whom you do not have concerns about, but who you were willing to put into Mr. Zachary into the care of, put them both up. And that way, it seems to all be taken care of.
And I will,
but if we're just leaving it up to the family members to battle it out amongst themselves, whose position wins out, that doesn't seem like a very good plan. Okay.
Yes. So let me go try that.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of obvious. And I know that you are advocating that he be released home, but that doesn't seem like necessarily the best idea for even him, considering that if he's going to have family members on opposing sides of what should happen next, then that actually could be very stress inducing for him. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let that happen. And I appreciate that everybody has good intentions. And if his sister needs to be the caregiver over the weekend, and I'm sorry that we had to stop early, but we couldn't help it. There was a sick juror. Then
Another issue they may decide they want to have another lawyer because they're not happy with me after being here every day.
all right, well, you're Mr. Zachary's attorney, not his family's attorney. So it's up to Mr. Zachary.
Well, it appears none of them are happy because it's taken so long. I'm not blaming anybody, and I've even been threatened with taking out a warrant, kidnapping. I'm not worried about that. Against me, and so I'm a big boy, I can deal with it, but you gotta make a decision when you.
Okay. All right. You're not by chance the attorney referenced in the warrant who told him that he could, you are not by chance the attorney referenced in the affidavit in support of the warrant who allegedly advised him that he didn't have to abide by the subpoena, or the subpoena was no longer in effect. Are you? And you don't have to answer that. But I certainly hope not, because I don't know where anybody would have gotten an idea that a subpoena to show up for this trial was somehow not valid just because the judge changed. But
I just, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Sunday morning, I found out about this. I think I've been in here one time.
all right, well then that wasn't you.
The issue, I came in here supporting him.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, that's good to know that you didn't give totally incorrect legal advice.
I would respect this, we're gonna, the DA is gonna have a conversation, you are gonna have, we need to have him out here, because he's really upset about what's happening, where he wants to tell the court. I think that's only fair.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
We can get him out.
I'm checking with the people that can control that part of our end. I'm trying to check for this.
Okay, well, I'm sure y'all will be able to do that. Y'all been able to do things like that for years. So, Mr. Zachary, I am sorry that we were not able to finish with your testimony today. We had, I mean, you saw the juror run out and she had some sort of a sickness issue, and I think she threw up, and I mean, having just come from the hospital, you probably understand. But she's too sick to continue today, and so we're gonna have to pick up on Monday. And so what I think would be the best thing to do in the meantime is over the weekend to just put you up in a hotel room somewhere. You can, I know it's not awesome, but well, because there are certain members of your family who seem very determined to have you not finish testifying.
Grown man.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't want there to be kind of,
If I ain't want to testify, I'll sit in jail. Jail ain't letting me. I
well,
did 19 years.
so you'd rather go to jail than a hotel
Oh,
room?
I'm ready to go home.
I know you are, I know. But we're gonna have you in a hotel room. You are welcome to have your mom or your sister there over the weekend, but I just think that it's better if it's a more controlled environment, where your father is not going to be causing stress for any of y'all. Okay?
My father don't cause stress with me. He cause stress with them. He told to do that.
I know. Well, I don't know that, but if he causes stress with them, then that might cause stress to you. So,
They took my phones. Can you tell them to get my phone back?
which phones?
My
Just
phone?
for you to come testify?
I don't know. They took them.
Yeah,
No, the officer back there took them.
I mean,
They took both my cell phones.
I mean, I don't really.
They ain't turning me to property.
I don't have a problem with him having his phones. The issue is him showing up for court. So it's fine with me if he gets his phones back. So is there anything else you wanted to let the court know?
I don't want that lawyer no more.
You don't want that
Are you
lawyer?
working for them?
All right, well, let me say this, when you come back, on Monday, it may be that you
I don't need
want a
no lawyer.
lawyer, you don't feel like you need any kind of lawyer whatsoever. So what if things change on Monday?
I don't need no lawyer.
All right. Well, Mr. Scheid, thank you for your service. Anything else? Hang on. I'm asking actually Mr. Zachary right now. Mr. Zachary, is there anything else that you need to?
I can go now?
No, because what's gonna happen is that somebody probably from the DA's office is going to escort you to whichever hotel this is they end up putting.
Can it be her walking out the door?
Can it be what?
Oh, right there walking out the door.
I don't know whether it's gonna
And
be
who's
that
not?
particular investigator or not.
She know it.
It might be, it might not be. That one's not gonna be up to me. All right, what else?
That's it.
Okay, so they will get you in not too much longer.
Okay.
All right. And we'll see you Monday.
Your Honor, at the risk of just generally being annoying, I would just ask that the witness and also both sides be instructed not to discuss the testimony
Okay,
over the weekend. I
Yeah.
think that's very important.
so don't discuss what you've talked about before or what you might talk about later with anybody over the weekend. Just keep it in your own head, okay? All right. Okay. So I know the state still needs to get the modification of the order together. Are there other things we can deal with right now? make sure that, whatever modified order you put together also includes, release of his property back to him. All right, how about other issues? So would the plan be finish with Mr. Zachary on Monday, and then if he doesn't go through the whole day, pick back up with Mr. Sprinkle? Okay, and that certainly would take us through the full day, because okay. So all right, anything else, y'all, this afternoon?
Allow us to handle the matter that we're in and to deal with any other.
They can't hear you.
So unusual. Could the court allow us to handle any other matters on Monday? I'm just trying to get.
I know y'all need to get that done, but y'all have at least 3 and maybe 4. I'm not sure if Ms. Knight's an attorney or not. Attorneys at council table right now. So you ought to be able to delegate something to somebody else. So this was what, your number 60? That was today's. I can't even remember what that one was about. So. Give me a second. And had a chance to read it yet. So, Miss Love must want us to come in early on Monday instead of being back, if it's staying here late on Friday. I would not actually, but that's not even when we have to argue on Monday. So, all right, we'll just do our regular old 8:45. So I will adjourn us for the day, but Miss Love, I'll stick around to sign that order, obviously. Okay. Yeah.